Hey, what's up? It's John from Coding Addict, and welcome to Next.js 14 tutorial video, where we'll build a full stack Next.js app from the scratch and in the process cover general concepts of Next.js. As a side note, this is the first part of my Next.js course, where we'll build two more full stack apps with authentication, TypeScript, Tailwind, DaisyUI, OpenAI API, and rest of the good stuff. If you want to check out the course, navigate to johnsmilk.com and look for Next.js course. If this is your first time working with Next.js, in short, it's the most popular React framework, which allows you to build full stack applications quickly. And the reason for that is because right out of the box, it comes with a bunch of features. For example, routing. So in traditional React apps, we are responsible for installing and setting up the library. But in Next.js, we just need to decide on the route segment, set up a folder in the app directory, and pretty much we're good to go. Now, what's truly amazing about Next.js is the fact that we can build full stack applications without leaving our project. In other words, we don't have to build the server separately. Just like with routing, we just need to follow the configuration, and within minutes, we're able to write server code side by side with our front-end logic. The latest version introduced some powerful concepts like server components and server actions, which we'll cover extensively during the course. Okay, and let's begin our Next.js journey by building the small app. And in the process, we're going to cover all of the major building blocks of Next.js. Everything starting with the boilerplate app, all the way to deploying it on Vercel. If you want to take the final application for a test drive, the URL you're looking for is Next.js tutorial production.vercel.app. Just keep in mind that some functionalities are restricted. For example, it's irrelevant what you type in the input form. So you can provide here whatever value. The moment you'll create the task, there's going to be some random task generated for you. Now you can still delete, but when it comes to edit, same deal. You'll be able to set it as completed or not completed, but you won't be able to change the value over here. Now, the reason why my public application is set up this way, well, it's a public app and all the tasks are essentially saved in the database. Now, during tutorial, I will reference a README file, and I highly encourage you to get a hold of it as well, since in there you'll find tons of useful explanations, the references, and most importantly, challenges, which will allow you to test the new Next.js knowledge right away. The file is located in Next.js course OpenAI repo. So look for my GitHub profile, John-Smilga. Then you're looking for Next.js course OpenAI repo. And in there, there's a Next.js tutorial. And inside of the directory, you'll find the README file. Lastly, when it comes to my editor, I use Visual Studio Code. I actually prefer default theme. And when it comes to extensions, I will cover the useful ones as we progress with the course topics. All right, and let's kick things off by bootstrapping a brand new Next.js project. As far as the system requirements, if you want to use the latest Next.js version, which at the time of this recording is 14, your node version needs to be 18.17 or later. And you can always check your current node version by typing node -- version in the terminal. And once you have the correct node version, the command we want to execute is npx create next app at latest, followed by the name of the app. So in my case, I'm going to navigate back to my desktop. I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm going to massively zoom in. First, I'm going to navigate to the desktop, since that's where I want the application to be. And before we set up the next project, I just want to showcase my node version. So at the moment, it's 20.9. And like I said, in order to create a brand new next project, we just need to go with npx, then create next app at latest. And in my case, I'm going to go with Next.js tutorial. So that's going to be my name, Next.js - and then tutorial. The install is going to start and we'll have to answer a few questions. Now, in this case, we're not going to use TypeScript. We're not going to use ESLint. We will use Tailwind. We won't use the source directory. We will use the app router, and we won't customize the alias. And pretty much once the install is complete, we'll have a brand new Next.js project on our computer. And effectively, I just want to crack open my VS Code, essentially my text editor, and just drag and drop my project over here. And once I have everything in place, next we can take a look at the folder structure in the Next.js project. And as far as the files and folders, so we have app folder where we're going to do pretty much all of our work. This is where we're going to set up the routes, the layouts, the loading states, error states, and all that cool stuff. Then we have node modules, which essentially are just project dependencies. After that, we have a public one. And essentially, that's the folder where we can place any static assets. After that, we have a git ignore, which just sets which files are going to be ignored by the source control. And this is something that we're going to use a little bit later on once we add the .env file. Then we have a bunch of config files, which we'll cover as we move along, as well as the package.json, where we can find some useful scripts, project dependencies, and dev dependencies. And since we're using TailwindCSS, the auto prefixer and post CSS libraries are also going to be part of our project. Now, as far as the script, the one that we'll use pretty much all throughout the tutorial as well as the project is going to be npm run dev, which is going to spin up the project on localhost 3000. Now, towards the end of the tutorial, we'll also take a look at the build and start. And this one essentially sets up the production build locally on our computer, and we use npm start to spin up the production build. So let me open up the integrated terminal, and then we want to go with npm run dev, and if everything is correct, we'll have our project run on localhost 3000. And once we navigate there, we'll see this homepage, which is actually going to be the topic of our next lecture. Once we open up the app folder, in here we can see favicon icon. So that's the little icon right next to the title. After that, we have global CSS. So this is where we can set up the styles for the entire application. But since we're going to cover Tailwind a little bit later, let's just leave it at that. Then we have layout.js, something we're going to cover once we already have a few pages in place, because at least in my opinion, it's easier to see the main advantage of the layout at that point. And then we have page.js. And this is a very, very special file at the root at the app because it represents our homepage. So effectively in the development, it's going to be localhost 3000. Now, once we push this up to production, and let's say our domain is shakeandbake.dev, well, this page.js is going to represent our homepage. And yes, the name has to be page, but when it comes to extension, you can go with JS, you can go with JSX, or you can go with DSX. Now, once we navigate over here, you'll notice that pretty much this is a React component. Now, it's a server component. Again, something we're going to cover a little bit later, but nonetheless, it is a component. So whatever we set up over here is, of course, going to be our homepage. Now, if you're not familiar with TailwindCSS, seeing a bunch of the CSS classes in the file probably is confusing, but don't worry. We're going to cover the TailwindCSS in a few videos. For now, if you're not familiar with Tailwind, just type along the class and you're going to be good to go. So effectively, we just need to come up with our return. So at the moment, we see a bunch of elements with a bunch of classes, and that's why we have this result in the homepage. Once we navigate to localhost 3000, we want to change this around, and essentially, I'm just going to select everything that I have, and I'm actually going to create a new component. Now, I'm going to use my extension. This is something that I want to cover, where if you go to extensions and you look for this one, I believe the name was ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. Once you install this particular extension, instead of setting up the component manually, you can just type the snippet. Now, there's tons of snippets, and I don't want to waste too much time on that. So just look for the extension, look for the snippets. And if you're looking for some specific snippet, I can guarantee you, most likely you'll find it. In our case, the one that I will use all throughout this tutorial, as well as the project, is going to be this one. So RAFCE. And essentially this snippet is going to generate the React arrow function and export as default. And this actually brings me to a very important point. Whenever you're going to be working with page files, and yes, this is not going to be the only page file we create, we must export as default. So the actual name over here is irrelevant. So in my case, I'll actually switch it to a homepage, and I'll set up a heading 1 inside of the div. But make sure every time you create a page file to export as default. So in here, let me just set up a heading 1, and then I'll right away add a Tailwind class just to make the text bigger. So I'm going to go with text and 7 XL. Again, we're going to cover the Tailwind a little bit later. So if you're not familiar, just type along and you'll be good to go. Now let me remove this extra text over here. Let me save it. Once we navigate over here, we'll notice this giant text homepage. And before I let you go, actually also want to go to global CSS and leave these directives over here. Just make sure to remove all the CSS code after that over here. So let me just select, wipe it clean, and this is what we should see on the screen. And if you have the same result, now we could move on to the next topic. Okay, and once we're familiar with the homepage, now let's see how we can create more pages in our application. And essentially the approach is following. We go to app folder, we create the folder, and whatever is going to be the folder name, that's going to be the segment in our URL. And then inside of that folder, we want to create a file by the name of page. Again, the extension is really up to you. So you can use any of these following extensions. Just make sure that you name the file actually a page. So don't name this banana. It's not going to work. And in order to test it out, let's just go to a new folder. In my case, I'm going to go with about. Then inside of the about, we want to create a new one. I'm going to go with page.js. And then I'll do the same thing like we did in the homepage. Basically, I'll just create the component. In this case, I'll copy and paste because, in my opinion, it's going to be faster. So I'll select both of these instances over here. And I'm going to go with about. And you know what? I'll actually set it here and I'll make it as one word. So now if I navigate to my browser, again, we're looking for localhost 3000. That's our local domain. What do you know? Now we have also the about page in our project. Now, as far as my preference, whenever I'm setting up the files here in the app, I actually go with JS extension. And then later when we're going to be creating components, I go with JSX. Now, of course, it doesn't change anything in the functionality. It's just my approach, since that way I can clearly see which ones are the components and which are the files that have something to do with my pages. And once we have a few pages in our project, of course, our next question is, well, how we can navigate from one page to another. And essentially, we want to import a link component from next/link. And we just need to provide the href value. So this component is looking for the href prop, and in here we just type where we want to go. So for example, if we have the homepage and if we want to go to about, we're just going to go with /about. In the about page, we want to navigate back to the homepage. So we just go with the /. So let's try this one out. I'm going to navigate, I guess, right now to the homepage, to the page.js. And you know what, just to stay consistent in here, I'm going to go with the one word. Then I'm going to rely on my auto import. So let me type over here link, and notice this is coming from next/link. And like I said, we go with href. And in my case, I'm going to go to / and then the about. Now I will add at least one class over here just so the text is bigger. Again, something that's coming from the TailwindCSS. So let me type about page. Let me just increase, maybe I'm going to go text to Excel. Then I want to copy the link and set up the same thing over here in the about page. Now, the only difference, of course, the href right now is going to be /. In here, we're going to type homepage, and we do need to set up the import. So let's go with import, then link coming from next link. So once we navigate over here, notice this is going to be my text, and then I have the link. And once we click, we navigate back to the homepage. And essentially, it works the same if we click on the link, which is located in the homepage. Effectively, every time we want to navigate around our project, we just need to grab the link component and provide the correct href. All right, and up next, let's see how we can set up nested routes in our project. And essentially, the idea is following. If we know that there's going to be the URL about /info, we need to create the folder, info folder, and nest inside of the about. And then, of course, in the info, we also need to set up a page file. Let's try this one out. I'm going to go over here with new folder. And as you can see, I'm nesting that inside of the about, since that's how I want my URL to look like. And then inside of this info, we're going to go with new file. And we're going to go with page.js. And again, in order to speed this up, I'm just going to copy and paste. So let me grab my about one. Let's set it up over here. I don't think we need a link. And we're just going to call this about info page. So let me select all three instances. And then let's go with about info page. Let's also remove the link import. And now in the browser, if we navigate to about /info, we should see this page. Now, please be very careful. If there's going to be no page in the parent, then of course it's going to be 404. So what am I talking about? Well, let's say if I go to about and just remove the page.js. So I only have about folder and then info folder, then in the URL. If I'm going to navigate to about, I'm going to have the 404. So this is the default error page that we get from Next.js if the next cannot get the resource we're looking for. In this case, we're looking for about, but there is no page. And as a result, Next.js is going to return this error page. And once we're familiar with the first concept, now let's work on our first challenge. Now, since it's a first challenge, we will go over the tasks together. But in the upcoming challenges, I'm just assuming that you can see them in the README. And if you're interested, you can work on them. If not, you can just follow along with the videos. So effectively, we want to create the pages we're going to use in our tutorial. So we want to create client page, drinks page, Prisma, -example page, query page, as well as the tasks page. So if you're interested in working on this challenge, just pause the video, set it up, and resume once you're ready to compare the results. Okay. And as far as my solution, we just need to create a bunch of folders over here. So in my case, I'm going to start with client. We want to go with page.js. And then I'll just grab somewhere the code for the pages. Because again, I think it's just faster if I copy and paste. So we're not going to use any links because in a few videos, we'll actually set up the layout. And in there, we'll have all the links nicely in the navbar. So for now, we just want to change this value over here. So in my case, I'm going to go with the client page. And pretty much we want to repeat the same for drinks, Prisma, query, and tasks. So I guess let me just set up rest of the folders. Drinks here. Then we want to go with Prisma example. And as I said, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Notice I added the dot, but actually we want to go here with example like so. Then we want to go with the query. And also we want to go with new folder. And we're just going to go with tasks. And then one by one, we want to set up those pages. So in here, let's go with page.js. Again, we're going to copy. And you know what? I think it's faster if I'll select this one. And then again, we're going to overwrite. And instead of the client page, we're going to go with drinks page. So in this page, I'll show you how we can fetch in the server component. Then we have Prisma example, where I'll show you how to work with Prisma. So we're going to go here with page.js. Again, we just want to change the name here. Let's say Prisma example. And then we have two more. So we have first one for query. So page.js, copy and paste. Pretty much the same deal. Let's go with query. And then we have the tasks one, where again, we want to create a page.js, copy and paste. And let's select all of our instances and just change them around. So now I can navigate to the browser. And then let's just look for one of the pages. Now I'm not going to test all of them. Let me just go with query. And if you see the same result on the screen, we are ready to move on to the next task. And before we cover layout file, I want to spend some time on CSS. I know, quite often it's the least exciting topic. So why don't we just get it out of the way? If we want to add some global styles, as the name already suggests, we can place them in globals CSS. Now, since we are using Tailwind at the moment, we have Tailwind directives. But if, let's say, you do decide going the vanilla CSS route, yes, you can set up your CSS code over here, most likely classes, and just reference them in the JSX. Speaking of Tailwind, when it comes to my projects, I actually prefer DaisyUI component library, which is built on top of Tailwind. I like DaisyUI because I can build my projects faster with less Tailwind classes. And at least in my opinion, the result is quite slick. I will cover both the Tailwind and DaisyUI in the greater detail in the following two videos. But both videos are optional. If you're not interested, just follow along with the install and move on to the next topic. Remember, at the end of the day, it's just styling and it won't affect our functionality. And as far as the install, we want to run both of these commands. So the first one is going to install DaisyUI as our dev dependency. And the second one is the Tailwind typography plugin, which Daisy is using. And that's why we need to install that as well. And once all the dependencies are installed, we want to navigate to Tailwind config.js, and we want to set up the plugins array. So at the moment it's empty, and one by one we just need to add these plugins. Now, if you take a look at the DaisyUI docs, they suggest first adding the typography plugin and only then DaisyUI. And in order to speed this up, I'll basically copy and paste this from the README. So let me select this line of code. I want to navigate to Tailwind config. Notice the plugins array. Essentially, I just want to save it. And of course, we want to spin up the dev server. So let me go with npm run dev. And with this in place, we have successfully added DaisyUI to our Next.js application. Okay, if you are new to Tailwind, let me just give you a brief overview of Tailwind CSS. And first, let me just emphasize something. This is not going to be a video where we cover all of the concepts and all of the available Tailwind classes for following reasons. First, it would be extremely time consuming and boring at that point. You might as well just explore the docs by yourself. Second, in reality, you'll find yourself using only limited amount of classes anyway. And the ones that you'll use daily, well, it's going to be very easy to remember them. So there is no need to learn or memorize all of the classes and setups. Now, if you ever will need a specific result, you can always visit the docs and search for that specific feature. And as a side note, this is something I suggest doing during this project as well. If you are iffy about some class or setup, just swing back to the docs and look for a quick search option located in the top left corner. And most likely you'll get the info on specific topic immediately. And once I'm done with my long and boring speech, now let me give you a brief overview of the main concepts of Tailwind CSS. And essentially the idea is following. Imagine you have this card that you need to create. Normally, what would you do? Well, you would come up with elements, correct? You most likely would set up some kind of custom classes, and then you'd swing to a CSS and start working on the styles. Now, the idea with Tailwind is that you apply those utility classes directly in the HTML. Basically, of course, in our case, that's going to be JSX. So imagine if I want a padding all around, I just go with P and then 6. Now, of course, once you start using the values, you'll see what they stand for. But in this case, I can tell you right away that this is 1.5 REMs or 24 pixels. And don't worry, we'll come back to the padding in a second. Then this is going to set some kind of max width. This is going to place it in the center. This is going to add the background. And hopefully you see where I'm going with this. So instead of setting up the CSS separately somewhere, effectively, you're setting it up right away in the JSX. And now let me go down the line of, at least in my opinion, most important parts of Tailwind CSS. And don't worry, again, once you start working on a project, it's going to be easier to grasp if something feels iffy at the moment. So first I want to mention about the colors. So what's really awesome about Tailwind is that they provide a bunch of colors, and not only colors, but they also right away provide you the shades. So essentially, you can think of it as a design system. So if I want to make an element to have the background of this color, I just go with BG hyphen, then the color name, and then this is going to be the color value. So it starts with 50 all the way to 950. And as a result, it's very easy to make your project consistent. So instead of guessing these colors or getting these color shades somewhere, essentially you just go, okay, I'm going to go with the primary color here. Then for text, I'm going to use this one. Then for some other element, I'm going to use another shade. And of course, if you don't like my color, what do you need to do? Just pick the color that makes the most sense to you. And immediately you'll be able to customize the project. And up next, let's talk about spacing. Now, I'm going to use padding as an example. Just please keep in mind that it works the same for the margin. And as far as the number values we're going to discuss, it's going to be the same for a bunch of other properties. For example, width. And essentially, if I want padding all around, I go with P and then I set the number value. Now, as far as what the number values represent, notice over here. So if I go with padding 1, this is going to set padding all around 0.25 REMs. Now, if I want a bigger padding, then I go with, for example, 2, which is going to set to 0.5 REMs. Then if I want to go with bigger one, you can already imagine that, for example, if we set padding 4, that right away is going to be what? Well, let's scroll down. Notice this is going to be 1 REM. So essentially, we're just multiplying. We start with those 4 pixels, and then as we're increasing this number, we're also increasing the padding. Now, if we only want the padding on one side, what do we want to do? Well, we go with P, so that's going to stand for padding, and then whether it's top, right, bottom, and left. And then we provide over here the size. And again, the same is going to work for the margin as well. Now, if, for example, I want to add padding to the left and right, I actually go with PX and then the value. Now, if I want to add padding only to the top and bottom, then we go with PY, and again, we set up the number value. Now let's talk about the width. Again, same deal. We still have these number values, and notice how, again, those sizes stay the same. So if I go here with W and 4, this is going to correspond to those 16 pixels, the same like we had in the padding, in the margin. And again, this just makes it very easy, where you don't have to guess what value it's going to be. You know that, listen, 4 is going to be that 1 REM or 16 pixels. And effectively, we have this option of setting up the fixed width. So notice if I go with W and 96, this is going to correspond actually, let me scroll up just so I don't make a mistake. So this is going to be 24 REMs or 384 pixels. And also we can set up the percentage width or full width. So for example, if I want the element to be spanning all across, I just go with W full. And what's really, really awesome that, of course, this one is also looking for the parent. So for example, if I have a grid and if I have one column and I have some kind of element in that grid, if I want that element to be spanning the width of the column, well, I simply go here with W and full. And when it comes to effects, for example, hover, I simply want to go with the keyword hover, then colon, and then what property I want to add. So for example, if this one has the background sky 500, when I'm hovering, I want to change it. And now check it out. I right away have this value over here. Then when it comes to screen sizes, so we're not going to be writing media queries separately in the CSS. Essentially, same deal. Notice over here we go with width 16. So this is going to be the width on the small screen. Then once we get to the medium, which is 768, well, actually we're increasing the width. So we're setting up width to be 32. And notice, the moment basically we add both of these classes, once we get to 768, this one will be implied. So Tailwind works with this main concept that essentially we start everything from the small screen. So all the classes are being applied from the small screen. And then if I want to change something once we get to the big screen, well, I simply add the keywords of medium, large, extra large, and you can see over here the screen values. And lastly, I just want to mention, since of course, when it comes to pretty much any application, we use Flexbox and Grid, and of course we can do it here as well. Now, I'm not gonna, again, cover all of the properties in here. I just want to say that when we want to set something flex, basically as Flexbox parent, we just go with flex, and then by default, it's going to be set as row, but of course we can change it to a column, and then we can add a bunch of other classes as well. For example, flex wrap, and the same goes with grid. So for example, if I set as grid parent, then I can add, well, how many columns I'm going to have, and then a bunch of other features as well. And with this in place, I believe we covered the main concepts of TailwindCSS, and we're ready to move on to the next topic. In order to build our projects faster, we're going to utilize DaisyUI library, which essentially is a components library built on top of TailwindCSS. So effectively, instead of creating carousel or card or even a button from the scratch, we'll simply utilize some custom classes, and as a result, significantly speed up our workflow. Just like with Tailwind, we're not going to cover each and every component. So if you want to explore your options in more detail, please visit their docs at DaisyUI.com. Again, the URL is DaisyUI.com. And also, please keep in mind that since it's built on top of Tailwind, we can customize these components by adding our own classes. And during the project, I'll try to do my best mentioning which class is from DaisyUI and which one is a generic Tailwind class. So, for example, you want to create a button. Well, once we install and set up DaisyUI, it's as simple as that. We just go here and we say button. And as you can see, for every component, you'll pretty much see which classes we can use. Now, I'm going to discuss the colors a little bit later, but basically, yeah, if you want to have buttons in different colors, you just need to pick which class you want to use. Let's keep on moving. If we want large, normal, small, and tiny, again, there's going to be a specific class for that. We also can set up square buttons, circle buttons. What's also really awesome, we can set up the loading inside of the button, which, as a side note, we'll actually do. And where, in my opinion, DaisyUI truly shines is when you need to set up, for example, Navbar, or when you want to set up some kind of, I don't know, a modal, for example, because you literally can just add a few classes and you're good to go. So let's take a look at the dropdown carousel and maybe some navbar examples as well. So for example, if I want to have a dropdown, check it out. This is going to be the result. And as a sign up, it just looks awesome, in my opinion. And as far as the classes, this is the dropdown class we want to use. So this is going to be the generic Tailwind class, correct? And then in here, we have the element, in this case, button. So once we click, of course, we open. And then in order to set up the dropdown content, we just need to add the class. So yes, there are a few classes in here. Just keep in mind that a lot of them, for example, menu is another component coming from Daisy, which essentially just adds nice styling. But effectively, if we want to set up the dropdown, we're just looking for these two classes. Hopefully that is clear. So in my opinion, again, it just really speeds up the development because yes, we can create that from the scratch ourselves. But if we can just grab a few classes, it's definitely going to be faster. And also, in my opinion, it just looks awesome from the scratch. The same, for example, goes with modal. Click on open modal. This is going to be my result. And essentially, this is the code we want to use. Carousel, something we probably want to use in our applications here and there. And let's say I want to go with this one. I just hover over and I can scroll with my mouse. Go over here. Notice what do we need to do? We add the width. So this is generic, again, coming from Tailwind. Then we have carousel. And then we have carousel item. And again, this is going to be the generic class from the Tailwind. So essentially two classes. And we right away have the carousel. Yes, once in a while, we'll need to customize something. And that is usually a bit of an issue with such libraries because you need to spend some time looking for the specific styles. But again, since it's built on top of Tailwind, in my opinion, it's definitely easier, for example, than Bootstrap. I don't know whether you have used Bootstrap, but if you have, you know that with Bootstrap, it was kind of complicated to look for those specific styles. It's much easier here with this Daisy one. And again, we're not going to cover each and every component over here as we're working on a project. We will implement quite a few of them, but I do want to cover something very important, and that is colors. You see, when it comes to DaisyUI, it's not using the Tailwind approach, where essentially we go with PG or text or whatever, and then we go with color and then the particular shade. Daisy is actually using PG primary. Basically, it's using either primary, secondary, and there's some other values as well. And I strongly suggest sticking to this approach because this is going to make it very easy to set up the themes. So for example, in our project, we're going to have a light theme and a dark theme. But as you'll see, once we start working on the themes, that we can make our custom themes, and there's so many themes available, and switching from one theme to another one is extremely smooth if you stick with these values. Even though maybe in the beginning you're like, hey, it's not that many options. And don't worry, of course, it's more than just these three. We just haven't covered them yet. And yes, you can use the Tailwind colors in your project. Just keep in mind when you're going to be switching from that one theme to another one, the Tailwind color is going to stay exactly as it is. Now, is it a big deal? Well, it depends. If you want that color to change, then yeah, I guess it's a big deal. So therefore, try to stick with these values. Notice this is going to be the primary color, and don't worry, based on a theme, of course, it's going to change. This is just an example that they show you. For example, if we want to go with the background, we just go with BG, and then we use the primary. Now, if we want to use the focus one, of course, we just add this class. Now, as you can see, the primary content is going to have a different value. Then let's keep on moving. Notice these are all our options. And then for the gray ones, we have the base 100, 200, and 300. And also here and there, of course, you can use this neutral content. Again, I know it maybe doesn't look that much as far as the options, but I strongly suggest sticking to them because they actually provide you all of the options you need. And again, setting up themes is going to be extremely, extremely simple. And as far as setting it up, Notice if I want a primary button, I go with btn, and then remember the class btn primary. So this is going to create a button which actually right away have the styles for the background color, the text color, and all that. And then, for example, if we want to go with some different property, text, again, I can go with text and then, I don't know, base 100. And then, of course, text is going to be in that color. And as you can see, we can add it to a bunch of properties. And like I mentioned already, probably 50,000 times, it's very easy to set up a theme with the DaisyUI. So essentially, once we install and configure everything, we'll have this option where we can set up, well, which themes I want to use. Light, dark, and you'll see in a second that there's tons of them. And essentially the way it works, you just go here with data theme attribute in the HTML, and you just provide the value. Now, of course, we will do this dynamically, but the general idea is following, where you have this data theme and you just set equal to one of the themes that are available in your config. And notice these are all the options. And as I'm clicking on them, notice how I can right away see what are going to be my values. So of course, if you don't like the themes that I picked, and I believe I went with this Dracula one, and also for the light one, I went with winter, pick any of these themes. And what's really, really cool, you don't have to change anything in your code. You just want to change which themes you install with DaisyUI. And of course, when we set up the logic toggling between one theme and another theme, you use your own theme values. Hopefully that is clear. And then let's keep on scrolling. And you can also read that if you want, you can set up even your own custom theme, if that's what you desire. Now, we're not going to do this in this course. I didn't really see the need, but it's definitely there. And lastly, I just want to quickly mention that as far as the layout, more specifically typography, they suggest just installing another plugin from the Tailwind. As a side note, so Tailwind provides few plugins. I believe there's one for forms. So there's obviously one for typography, and there were a few other ones as well. And essentially they just say, hey, listen, so whenever you set up the configuration, before you require DaisyUI, also get this typography. And as a side note, you won't have to do any extra after that. Essentially, you'll right away have this nice typography. This should do it for initial intro for DaisyUI. And now let's swing back to our tutorial. And up next, let's cover layout.js file. And essentially, it's a way for us to share UI. For example, a navbar or a footer, or any other element for that matter, we want to use in multiple places in our application. Now, layout file in the app folder is called a root layout, and it's a special layout since it wraps our entire application. So whatever we place in this component will be shared with our entire application. And yes, I'm skipping a little bit ahead, but we can also set up nested layouts. Effectively, we can share some UI in a specific URL segment, something we're going to do in the drinks page. As far as the root layout, notice how we can set up fonts. We can import our CSS as well as set up metadata. Now, layout component is looking for special prop from React, and the prop name is children. And we must include the children in our return. And the elements we're going to place around children will be part of our layout. So notice here, I have my component again. You can call it whatever you like, but it must be exported as default. And in here, children are going to be all the pages in our application. And therefore, we must include that in our return. Now, root layout also is special because we need to return HTML and body tags as well. And as a side note, we don't need to do that when we set up nested layouts. Important note, layout component does not re-render when the route changes. So if you want re-render functionality, you can use template.js file, which works the same as the layout, with the difference that it does re-render when the route changes. So this totally depends on your application, effectively what functionality you're looking for. We can also fetch data in layouts, but unfortunately, at this point in time, it's not possible to pass data down to pages. So for example, you can pass it down to a good old Navbar, but not to, let's say, drinks page in this case. And before we start working on our next challenge, which you can find in the README, I just want to showcase how we can change the metadata. For example, in here, instead of the default title, I'm just going to go with Next.js and then tutorial. And also, let's change the description. I'm going to go with something else. I'll say build awesome stuff with Next.js. So let me remove this one. Then let me just type it up, build awesome stuff with Next.js. And then just to showcase the main idea, I'm going to navigate to the body tag over here. And I'm just going to hard code the navbar. Again, in our next challenge, actually, we'll take care of it and we'll set up the separate component and all that. So for now, let me just say this is navbar. Then let me just make this text bigger maybe. So I'll go over here. I'll say text to Excel. And you know what? I'll also use the color class from the Daisy. I'm just going to go with text and primary. And if everything is correct, once I navigate to localhost 3000, I might need to refresh. Notice this is going to be my navbar. So for now, I'm going to navigate manually, essentially using the URL bar, but in the upcoming videos, we'll actually set up a fully working navbar. So for now, if I go to, let's say, drinks page, notice over here, I still have this navbar. So essentially, whatever elements I set up in my root layout, they will be shared with all the pages I have in my project. All right, and once we're familiar with the layout.js, why don't we work on the next challenge, which essentially is to set up the navbar and the layout for the entire application. So we want to create the components folder in the root. In there, we want to set up the navbar component. We definitely want to import link, since that's the component we're going to use in our navbar. Then we want to set up the list. I mean, technically, this is optional. Of course, you can hard code, but in my opinion, it's always easier if we have some kind of list and then we just iterate over. We definitely want to set up the return, and in there, we'll return the link element pretty much for every item in our array. And then we want to render the navbar in the layout.js. And also, we want to set up the width for all of the pages. Effectively, we just want to align them the same way. And as a result, with few lines of code and with one component, we'll have the layout for our entire application. So I can add here 50,000 more pages and they will look exactly the same, which of course is beautiful. So for starters, I want to go here with new folder and I'm going to call this components. Now, of course, you can place it somewhere else, but at the moment we haven't discussed how to set up some folders private in the app. So if I'm going to place these components in the app, yes, this is going to be my URL segment. So in here, let's just go with new file. Sorry, not new folder. And like I said, my convention essentially is to go JSX. Again, it doesn't change anything as far as the functionality is concerned. It just gives me a clear idea that this is going to be one of my components, and then whatever I have with the JS are going to be files that have something to do with my pages. Up next, let's import the link from next link. Then, like I said, we're going to set up the array. In my case, I'm going to call this links, and pretty much every item is going to be object. And we'll have two properties. We'll have the href, so where we're going to navigate, and also the label, effectively the text we want to display inside of the link. And one by one, let's just go down the folders we have. So we have client over here. So in this case, the label also is going to be client, like so. Then let me just copy and paste. I believe we have 4 of them. And yes, I'm not including the homepage simply because there's going to be a different link for that. Basically, it's going to be the same link component, but we're going to hard code since it's going to look a little bit differently. Now let me select the second one, and here I'm going to say drinks. Then we have one for tasks. And then at the very end, we also want to have for query. So this is going to be for React query. Let me just fix it properly over here. So query, and then let's set up our component. Again, I'm going to use my snippet over here. And I believe I didn't mention previously, but as far as the component name, it creates the component based on the file name. So if you have page.js, it's going to set up that component as page component with the lowercase. But since in this case I have Navbar, therefore it right away generates this component for me. Then let's set up our return. So in here, we want to go with nav element. Let me close it up. And I'm going to start using DaisyUI classes. Basically, I want to go with BG, base, and then 300. Again, the reason why you want to stick with Daisy values eventually, whenever you do decide to add a theme and probably most likely switch between the themes, well, it's just going to make it very easy to do that. So in here, we want to add some padding, top bottom, and I'm going to go with 4 over here. And as a side note, if you have installed the Tailwind extension, then you'll right away get these suggestions. So if you don't get these suggestions, just navigate to the extensions over here, and you're looking for the Tailwind one. So install that one, and you'll right away get a bunch of goodies like autocomplete, the syntax highlighting, as well as the suggestions. So let me just close this one for now. Then we want to place a div inside of this nav over here. Let's add some classes. So I'm going to go with Navbar class coming from Daisy. I will add some padding, which is horizontally right now, and I'll also set up the max width. And as I know, these are the same values I'm going to use for my children. And as a result, the navbar, as well as the pages, are going to be aligned the same way. So again, this is padding left and right. And as you can see, this is the value, so 2 REMs. Then I want to set up some max width. So in my case, I'm going to go with 6 XL over here. Again, we can hover over it and we should see that it's going to be 72 REMs. Then I always want to place the content in the center. So I'm going to go with MX Auto. Then I'm going to set up the flex column. So on the extra small screen, this is going to be flex parent, and the direction is going to be flex column. But once we get to the small screen, we're going to go with flex and row. So effectively on a small screen, they're going to be stacked. And then once we get to the big screen, well, they're going to be in one line. After that, let's set up a link component. Like I said, this is going to be just hard-coded, where we're going to navigate back home. And then essentially, we want to set up some kind of text. And in my case, I'm going to go with Next.js. And in order to style it, I'm going to use Daisy's button class. And I'll also right away make it primary, like so. And once I have my home link in place, I also want to set up the unordered list. And this is where we're going to iterate over our links. And I also want to add some classes. This is going to be a menu class, which just styles nicely lists. And I want to set up the direction. And I'm going to go with menu horizontal. Now, once we get to the medium screen, I also want to go with margin left and set it equal to 8. And then pretty much let's iterate over the links array. We want to go with map over here. As far as the return, let's just call this a link. And then let's set up a return with the list item. Now, as far as the key, I'm going to use the link.href since they will be unique. And then when it comes to the actual link, we do want to set up the href. That is going to be equal to link.href. And then let's also add the class name, and I'm going to capitalize it. Now, this one is coming from the TailwindCSS. And then inside of the link, we also want to go with link and label over here. So that's the second property in our object. And once we have this one in place, now let's navigate to the layout.js. And where we have the imports for the fonts as well as the CSS, we want to grab our navbar component. Now, what's really cool, they effectively provide this alias. So notice when I make the import, it has this at, which essentially points to our root. And then I just go components and navbar. And this is something that they asked when we were setting up the project. And this is also something that we can control over here if we go to JS config. Now, in my case, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Then I'm looking for my return. And essentially in here, I want to place the navbar. And like I said, I want to wrap all my pages and I want to set up the same width like I have for the navbar. So in here, first of all, let's set up the navbar component. We're not going to be passing anything down. But as far as the children, we're going to wrap it in main and pretty much the same padding as well as the width. So we're going to go over here with px 8. So this is going to be padding left and right. Then we have padding top bottom, which is going to be equal to 20. Then we're going to go with max width and we're going to set it equal to 6 XL and then MX auto. Now, if you're familiar with Tailwind, you know that we can set up a custom class for that. But in this case, I'm just going to skip that part. And once I navigate to the browser, check it out. So this will be our navbar. And as a side note, there must be some kind of bug because pages are nicely aligned, but not the navbar. So let me navigate back and quickly check. So in here, navbar, and yep, this is not max auto. It's actually MX auto. So margin left and right is going to be set to auto. And now notice I have my navbar with all the pages. And as I navigate around my project, I right away open up the page. And of course, this one is going to be back to our homepage. Like I said, with few lines of code and with one component, effectively, we were able to set up the layout for our entire application, which is simply awesome. Okay. And once we're clear on the layout file, next, let's discuss what type of components we can use in Next.js. And effectively, we have two options. We can use server components, which, as the name already suggests, are rendered on the server, and good old client components. By the way, since all of the components in Next.js by default are server components, if you think about it, we already have a pretty good experience with them, since we already created a bunch of pages as well as the component in our project. And yes, all of these components at the end of the day are server components. So they're running on a server, not on the client's browser. In the README, you will find useful links as well as the long list of benefits for the server components. But since this list is quite long and since we're going to cover them one by one in our upcoming examples with the actual code, and I'm not a fan of just memorizing stuff, in short, when it comes to server components, we can do pretty much all of the stuff we can do in Node.js file. So if you are familiar with any backend logic, yes, we can bravely set it up in our React components, which, if you think about it, is pretty wild. And when it comes to client components, we want to use them if we want to use some browser APIs, for example, local storage and that type of thing. And also if we want user to interact with our component. And in order to make the component, the client component, we need to use the use client directive. Again, the code examples are coming up. So if some of this sounds iffy, don't worry. We're going to cover these things in greater detail in the following videos. For now, just try to work on our next challenge. Okay, so now let's work on our next challenge. First, let's improve the look of our homepage, which technically is optional. So if you're not interested, you can just skip that part. And after that, let's set up a counter in our client page. Now, as far as the main functionality, actually, there's nothing tricky about it. It's the same good old counter component we have created pretty much during every tutorial. But since we are using the latest version of Next.js, if everything is correct, we will hit some roadblocks. And hopefully, in a process, we'll get answers to these two important questions. Why do we need to? And how do we set up a client component in Next.js? So let's get cracking. I'm going to navigate first to my homepage over here. And effectively, I just want to add a few more classes. And I also want to fix the link because at the moment it's navigating to about, but remember it has the info and actually there is no page.js in the about. So, I mean, we're just going to display the 404. Like I said, this is totally optional. So for starters, I'm going to go here with div, then heading 1. Then let's go with the smaller text. Let's also add some margin in the bottom, and we want to go with font bold. Then we're just gonna type Next.js tutorial. And after that, we want to set up a link to the client page. It doesn't really matter where you navigate, but in my case, I'm going to go to client, and then instead of the text Excel, we're going to go with button, and we'll set it up as accent. Again, this is coming from the Daisy. And then let's just change the text, and let's say get started. So once I navigate right now to my homepage, this is what I'm going to see. And once I click, I navigate to the client page. So in here, let's open up the page.js and let's set up the counter logic. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to grab the use state, correct? We need to set up some kind of state value, and pretty much we need to add the button. So one by one, let's do that. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to say const. As far as my values, I'm going to go with count and set count, nothing original. Then we're going to go with use state. I will rely on the auto import. I'll start with 0 over here. And then inside of the div, we want to set up a heading 1. Same text size. Let's just add font bold though over here. And also we want to add some margin in the bottom. So margin bottom, and we'll set it equal to 4. Now let's set up over here a count variable. And then also we'll right away set up our button. So there's going to be a button. We'll add some classes. So essentially we'll style it. This is pretty much my preference. Just go with btn primary, and Daisy will do the rest. Then we want to type something. In this case, I'm going to increase. So that's the text I'm going to use. And also we're going to go with on click. We'll pass in the callback function, and we'll set over here set count, and let's add count +1. Again, nothing really tricky about it. But once we navigate to the browser, whoa, what happened? So notice how helpful Next.js is. Pretty much it says, hey, you're importing a component which uses use state. So essentially, we are setting up something where user can interact with our component, correct? And it says, hey, it only works in a client component, but none of the parents are marked as use client. So essentially, the default one is server components. And what's also super cool is that they right away provide a fix. Essentially, we need to go back to our client page, and we want to set it up. Here it is directive. We're going to go with use client. That signals that this is a client component. And essentially now we can start using all of the functionality we already used to. So this is your good old React component, which you have been setting up in all your projects. Now, I'm skipping a little bit ahead, but I just want to let you know that you don't always have to set up your entire page as the client component. Essentially, you can move this logic to the component. Make sure you use client, and then import in the server component, basically in one of your pages, or let's say in the Navbar. And don't worry, we're gonna set up such functionality in the upcoming examples. So if this is not clear, hopefully by the time you're done with all the examples, it's gonna make all the sense in the world. And for now, I just want to showcase the difference between the client component where we have over here, where we're using the use state, and the server component. So if I'm going to go over here in the client page component, and if I'm going to log, it's not going to be surprising that we'll see this client component log where in the browser, correct? So if I navigate back over here, and if I inspect, notice the console, essentially it's going to say client component. Why? Well, because this runs with the help of JavaScript. Essentially the way it works, we send the HTML. In there, we also send the JavaScript. And then once the JavaScript spins up, we get this functionality, correct? So pretty much every time I'll click, I'll see over here this client component log in the browser, in the browser's console. However, whenever we're using the server component, for example, the homepage, this code is going to run on the server. And then once all the functionality is done running, Next.js is going to ship the HTML to the client, which of course is awesome because it's going to be much faster since we don't need to load all of that JavaScript. But the downside is that once we ship that HTML, unfortunately, we cannot magically recreate the interactivity. So in order to interact with our component, yes, we do still need the JavaScript. That's why we set up this as a client component, and then we can use all the hooks we enjoy. We can use the browser APIs and all of that cool stuff. So now let me just navigate back to the homepage. And one last thing that I want to do in this video, just to underscore my point, I'm going to go here with console log, and I'm going to go with homepage. And notice something interesting. So if I'm going to navigate, let's say here to the homepage, and if I'm going to refresh, this log is not going to be in the browser's console. Because again, this component runs on a server. As far as Next.js, it just sends effectively the result as the HTML. So now if I'm going to open up the terminal, notice over here, now I have actually the homepage log. And with this in place, we can move on to the next topic. Okay, and once we're familiar with the main concepts of client components in Next.js, up next, let's go down that long list of server components benefits. And the first thing we want to cover is the fetching, because this is just beautiful, where essentially we just want to set up our server component as async, and then we can type out our logic. So notice no use effects, none of that stuff. We simply set up async, and then we can use whichever option we prefer. If you want to use fetch, use fetch. If you want to use Axios, use Axios. Just make sure you install the library. Also, we can connect to a database. And yes, it's coming up in our examples. And when it comes to fetch, effectively Next.js extends it. So we can also add here some cache options. So the main idea is the same. We provide the URL here, but effectively when we use the fetch in Next.js, it's actually a wrapper for the native fetch one. And essentially, once we get our response back, we can iterate over, we can display it, we can pass it to components, you name it. And as far as the main benefits, well, for starters, again, we can connect to a database. We're not limited anymore to just fetch requests. Second, the user does not need to make so many requests. So unlike the traditional React application where the user requested, let's say, a page, then once the page was loaded, there was actually a JavaScript code which was fetching data from somewhere. Again, the user's browser needed to make the request, and only when the data came back, then it was displayed in the browser. In this case, we right away on a server fetch the data, which most likely is going to be much faster as well, because we're not going to be relying on the user's internet connection to get that data. And then once we have all of the data ready to go, that's when we send back pretty much a ready to go HTML. And with this in place, we can start working on our next challenge, where I picked the good old cocktails DB simply because it's also returning the images. And down the road, I want to cover how we can use the image component in Next.js. But of course, you can pick any URL you want to. And we just want to set up the requests and we want to log the data. So let me navigate right now to the drinks page over here. And the first thing that I want to do in here is to set up this server component as async. And notice how this is not an option we can use with traditional React components. This is only something that we can do on a server where we set this one up as async. Normally, yeah, we would need to import the use effect hook and then perform some kind of action once the component actually is already rendered. This is not the case with the server component. Simply set this one up as async and pretty much you're good to go. Now I will copy and paste the URL just to speed this up. Like I said, for testing purposes, you can use whichever URL you prefer. The reason why I'm using this one is because I also want to showcase how we can work with images in Next.js. And effectively, we want to go with the response, then await, then right out of the gate, we can use fetch again. Next.js just provides the wrapper over here, and then we provide the URL. Now, this is going to return a list of drinks which start with A. Of course, you can change this value over here if you want to. In my case, I'm just going to leave it the way it is, and then we will set up data, which is equal to, again, await, then response, and then we want to turn this into a JSON. Then let's log the data, and then if everything is correct, again, in the terminal, effectively on the server, we should see a list of drinks. So now let me navigate, I guess, to the drinks one, and then let me open up the terminal, and if everything is correct, you're going to see a giant object in the terminal. And with this in place, we can move on to the next topic. Okay, so we can nicely fetch data on the server. But what about loading? Because even though, yes, we're not fetching any more data on the client, I mean, it's still going to take most likely a little bit of time before we can serve that data, correct? And what's really awesome, Next.js provides files, just like we have for the layout, also for loading and error. So here's what we want to do. We want to navigate to drinks folder, since this is where we are fetching the data. And essentially, we want to set up a loading.js. And then whatever we return is actually going to be displayed while we are fetching data. Now, what I'm going to do is to refactor a code a little bit, because I just want to add some delay in the drinks.js page. And also, I will do some error checking, and I'll throw the error if we don't get the data. So that way you can clearly see the component. Just please keep in mind, it's just one of those things where we can set up in multiple ways. We can fetch it directly in a component, or we can set it up as a function as well. So for starters, let's just go over here to page.js and let's refactor this one. So I'm going to set this one up as fetch drinks function. Now, this function is not going to be looking for any parameters, but it will be a sync. Then, as far as the logic is going to be pretty much the same, but we'll still log the data over here. So let me cut these 2 lines of code. Then, like I said, since I want to showcase the loading spinner or text you display while data is loading, I'll just add over here await new promise. And then as far as the callback function, I'm just going to provide the resolve. And then from the function, I'll go with set timeout, and then we'll resolve in, let's say, 1 second over here. Let's save it. So we have this await over here. Then in the drinks page, we just want to set up essentially the await and then fetch drinks. So from the fetch drinks, for starters, let's return our data. Then in the drinks page, we want to go with const data, and that is equal to await. And in this case, we're looking for the fetch drinks. Again, there's multiple ways how we can set up this logic. I chose this approach. And then we want to do pretty much the same thing. For now, we're just going to log what we have. So we have console log, and we want to go with data. So now, if I navigate over here to my drinks page, I mean, it's going to be kind of hard to see since we have this heading 1 over here, but effectively, it just takes a little bit of time. So in order to showcase that, we want to go to drinks. Like I said, we're looking for loading.js. And again, the file name is special over here. And once we have the file in place, effectively, whatever we set up over here is going to be displayed while we're still getting the data. So I'm going to go with my snippet here. And of course, you can go with loading ... But since I'm using already Daisy, I'm going to go with class name, and they have awesome loading spinners, and this is going to be the default one. If you're interested, just please navigate to their docs and you can take a look at more options. For now, I just want to remove this, save it, and now check it out. While I'm loading, I'll have over here this loading spinner. Now, once I remove that code for the promise, it's going to be way faster. This is just to demonstrate how we can set up a loading file, which is then displayed while we're loading data in the server component. Okay, and once we're clear on loading, now let's take a look at the error, because this is also another state that we can essentially get when we're fetching data. So one is the loading state while we're fetching data, and then potentially we might have the error. So how we can handle that? And pretty much the idea is the same. We just need to create the file name by the name of error. And then whatever we return from that file is going to be displayed to the user. Now for this one, we definitely need to make this as client one. Otherwise, we're going to get a big fat error. For starters, I guess let me just go back to the drinks page, and I want to catch that error. If you remember, when it comes to the fetch, it only treats network errors as the errors. So for example, if I'm going to mess up the URL over here, if this is going to return 404, it's actually not going to trigger as my functionality is set up right now. So in here, we want to check for the property, more specifically the OK property. And if it's not equal to true, then we want to throw the error. So let me start with the URL, where I'm just going to add the extra character. Just please don't forget to remove it once we're done testing. Then let's go with the comment. I'll say error, and let's check. We're going to go if response OK essentially is not equal to true, then let's throw good old error. And it doesn't really matter again what we write over here. There is a way how we can access that, but for now I just want to show you the main concept. We're going to go with failed to fetch and then drinks. Then we want to navigate to our drinks folder. We want to go with new file, and let's go here with error.js. And this is where we want to set up the logic. Now for this component, we must go with use client directive over here. Otherwise, we're going to get a big fat error. And as a side note, when it comes to the loading one, later on, when we'll be testing server actions, we'll actually turn off the JavaScript just to showcase how the entire functionality works even without any JavaScript on a page. And our entire application is going to work, but don't be surprised if you just see this loading spinner here. Because again, this is going to be something that's going to be running on a client. Something to keep in mind. And of course, I'm going to come back to that topic once we get there. Just something I wanted to mention while we're on a topic of error. So in here, we definitely want to set up that use client, since this is going to be running on a client. And in here, let's provide some kind of return. So I'm going to go with there was an error, effectively, and a div. And I don't know why am I typing if I have a snippet actually in place. And I'll also showcase how we can access this error here. So let me go with div, and then let me just type there was an error, then 3 dots. Then let's log the error. And if everything is correct, we should see some kind of error message in the console. So notice, let me first of all refresh. So we're loading. Then we have whatever we are returning from the error component. And we can nicely also see what triggers the error. So this is of course happening only while we're in development mode. And then if we navigate to the terminal, all the way at the bottom, we'll have this error and then failed to fetch strings or whatever message you passed in. Now, of course, this is going to depend on the approach that you're using. But in this case, since I'm using the fetch and I'm throwing the error manually over here, in order to access this message, I just need to go back to the error, and I'm going to leave this one for your reference. And then let's just refactor this, where instead of hard coding, there was an error. I'm going to go here with error. Then we want to go with again dot error. So now we're accessing the error object, and then the text we set up in the drinks page is going to be available in the message. So now if I go back to my browser and if I refresh, notice I have the error, failed to fetch drinks. And with this in place, now we can move on to the next topic. But before we do that, let me just fix the URL. Otherwise, we'll all the time be getting that error message. And let me just quickly test it out. Let me navigate to my drinks page, and yep, everything is working since again, I have my heading 1. So that's how we can set up loading and error states in Next.js. Okay, hopefully we're clear on the loading and error states. And up next, let's see how we can set up nested layouts. So we already know how to set up the main layout, the root layout, correct? So now I want to set up layout only for the drinks segment. So notice over here, once I navigate to the drinks page, I'm just going to have this component from Daisy. Again, it doesn't really matter what we put over there. This is just for the example purposes. And then once I navigate to the single drink, I still have it. Now, if I navigate to the tasks, I don't have that element anymore. So in order to set it up, we want to navigate to the drinks and essentially create a layout.js as well. So let's start over here. Let's say layout.js. And now this layout is going to be only applied to this particular segment. And again, very, very important. We do want to return the children. So let's go over here. This is going to be our component. And in my case, I think I'm going to go with a drinks layout. Make sure to grab the children and also set them up in return. And just like before, whatever we place around the children, essentially that's going to be shared in this segment. Now, as far as my setup for starters, I'm just going to make the width smaller. So in here, I'm going to go with class name, then max width, and I'm going to set it equal to extra large. Please keep in mind that when I was setting up the main layout, this one was max width and then 6 XL. So effectively, I'm making these pages smaller as well. I'm just showcasing our options. Then I want to go with a mockup code. So essentially, again, this is the component that we can get from the DaisyUI. We do want to set up some margin in the bottom like so. Then I'm going to set up the pre-tags. In here, let's write data and then prefix. And we're just going to set it equal to the $sign. And then inside of it, we're going to set up the code tags. And then let's just write some text. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes, what you can get from Daisy. So create next app at latest. And I'm just going to say Next.js tutorial, just in case you want to ever set up such component. And then right after the second div over here, basically I want to return the children. So now every page in this segment, drinks / something, it's going to have this type of layout. And of course the drinks page as well. So now let's navigate back to the browser. So this is going to be my current project. I go to drinks and notice. So I'll have over here this component. Then I have the loading and then I have the drinks page. And once we're done setting up the dynamic pages, every single drink page is going to have this component. So that's how we can set up nested layouts in Next.js. All right, and up next, let's see how we can set up dynamic routes in Next.js. And essentially the idea is following. Imagine you have a list of items. In this case, it's going to be drinks. And then for every item, I want to create the page. Now, even if the list is always going to be the same, it's not going to be very sustainable for me to run over to a drinks and then start creating pages one by one. We have to have some kind of way where we create the wrapper for this page, for this single drink page. And then each and every time I navigate over there, I just use some kind of unique identifier. In this case, it's going to be ID. And then I pull the info on that specific drink. So if I navigate to, let's say, this cocktail, I mean, the idea is the same. I still have the title. I still have the image. The difference, of course, is the drink. And in order to set it up, we just need to pick the place. In this case, it's going to be drinks. Then we go with square brackets and the name. Now, you can write here banana. You can write shake and bake. It doesn't really matter. What you need to have is the page. And then in order to access that unique identifier, you'll need to use the same name in the params. So this page is going to have access to the params. And then whatever name we use over here will have access to in the params. So that's how we can pass that data. So let's get started. I guess I'm going to go to drinks straight away. Remember, we go with square brackets. And in this case, I'm going to go with ID. I'm going to be quite conservative. And then inside of this folder, again, we want to set up the page. Yes, that's a must. And then let's create our component. So effectively, I'm going to go with single page, I guess. Let me try that one. So, or single drink page. Single drink page. And then remember, we have access to the params. And if you want, you can log, of course, the entire params object. But I already know that essentially the data is going to be in the ID, since that's the name I picked. So in my case, I'm going to go with log and then params and then the ID. So now let me navigate back to my local project and I'll go to URL bar. And instead of drinks, I'm going to go to drinks / and then pass some kind of value. Now you can pass the ID or you can just write something here. So let's say some value. And now once I navigate to this particular page, notice I'll have over here this text. And then in the console, all the way in the bottom, I should have somewhere here some value. So if I'm going to go back and if I'll actually pass some kind of ID, let's say 112, again, we just want to navigate to this particular page. So let me press return. And in this case, in the terminal, I'm going to have 112. So that's how we can set up dynamic routes in Next.js. And once we're familiar with dynamic routes, let's work on the next challenge. Where essentially, I want to render the list of drinks and I want to wrap them in a link. And then every time we're going to click on the item, we'll navigate to the single drink page and we'll display info on that drink. Now, don't worry about images yet. For now, we'll just set up the list without the images because we haven't covered the image component. So if you're interested, take a look at the README, go through the instructions, pause the video, and resume once you're ready to compare the results. And in my case, I'm going to create a new component by the name of drinks list. So let me navigate right now to the components. I'll create a new file and I'll say over here drinks list JSX. And I guess I'm just gonna set up right away return since I know what data I'm gonna be getting. Or you know what, let me just pass it. It's going to be more realistic. So let me first set up my component. Okay, that's my drinks list. And I'm gonna get the drinks as a prop. So I'm gonna say over here drinks, and then I'm going to iterate over. So now we wanna navigate back to the page in the drinks folder. So this one over here. And again, this is totally up to you. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave that extra second because I think it's just easier to see the loading component. So let me just remove this data over here. Remember the data we're getting back. Inside of it, we have those drinks, and that's what essentially we want to render in that drinks list. So let's go here where we have the heading 1. And essentially, we're just going to set up our component. So drinks list, and then let's pass in the prop. So I'm going to say drinks, and this is going to be equal to data drinks. Again, I already worked with this API, so I know that it's going to be located over there. Let me close it here and then back in the drinks list. Now we want to iterate over that list. And essentially we want to display the link for every item we have in the list. So here we need to import the link. And I guess I'm going to rely on the auto import. So let me just change over here the div. I'm going to go with UL, so unordered list. Then let's add a few classes. I'm going to go with menu and menu vertical. So eventually we will add images as well, but not for now. So again, we need to cover the Next.js image component first. And I'm going to set my padding left equal to 0. Then inside of the unordered list, we want to iterate over the drinks here. Then we'll call map. And let's reference each and every item as a drink. So we're looking for the drink ID. And we also want to get the drink name. And if we take a look at the console, again, our object is going to look like this. Essentially, the ID is going to be ID drink, and then the name is going to be str drink. So those are the two things that I want to access for now. So let's go with li. So list item, that's what we want to return from this iteration. Let's go with key, and I'm going to set it equal to drink, and then dot ID drink. And then inside of this list item, this is where we want to display the link. Now, as far as the href in this case, it's going to be dynamic because these drink IDs are going to be changing. So we're going to go with template string. Then we'll go with /drinks and then / and now we want to access again drink dot and then ID drink over here like so. Then let me close the link over here and let's just display the name of the drink. So drink dot and then str and drink. Okay. And let's add a few classes here. Basically, let's style it a little bit. I'm going to go with text extra large and then let's also add font medium. Let's save it. Let's see what we've got. So let me, I guess, refresh. We'll have single drink page. Oh yeah, because I already navigated to 112, my bad. Let me go back to the drinks. Notice now we're displaying the list of drinks. And then once I navigate over here, now of course I'm going to have this ID here in the URL. And in a second, we'll do something with that ID. Essentially, we will pull data. But since this video is getting quite long, let's do that in the next video. So the next challenge you can work on, see which URL we need to use and try to pull the info on that specific drink using the params as well as the URL I provided in the README. Okay, and once we can display the list of drinks, now let's set up the single drink page where every time we're going to navigate to the drinks / some kind of ID, we're going to get info on that specific drink. And again, we need to use the params. And also in the README, you will find the URL. So let me close, I guess, the terminal for now. Let me scroll down. The URL we're looking for is this one over here. Again, you can go to the docs and search it yourself, but I just thought that it's going to be easier if I just provide the correct value. And also we'll need a link because I want to set up the option to navigate back to the drinks page. So you know what? I'm just going to grab these 2 lines of code from the README. So I'll select it over here. Then we navigate to the single drink page. Let's set up those imports here at the very top. And we're going to set up a get single drink function, which we're going to invoke it over here in a single drink page. And we'll pass that ID params into the function. Now this function is going to be extremely similar to the one we have already in the drinks page. As far as the differences, well, the URL is going to be different. And also in this case, we will pass that unique ID because we need it in order to set up the proper URL. So let's try it out. I'm going to go with const get single drink. This is going to be a sync, and I know that I'm going to be passing in the ID. And then as far as the logic, I'm going to go with const, and I'm going to be looking for response. In this case, I'm just going to type res, then await. We're still using fetch. However, in this case, we're going to construct the URL. So notice this URL over here. At the very end, we have the query params, and I have the I and set it equal to something. So that something is the ID that we're going to pass it in. Then we want to again check for the OK. So let's go with res dot and then OK. And if there's some kind of issue, we want to throw again the error. So let's go with throw new and error. And as far as the message, same deal. I'm just going to say failed to fetch a drink and then 3 dots. Now, if everything's correct, then we want to return, and we're going to go with the res dot and then JSON. Let's save it. Then let's navigate essentially to the get single drink, and we want to invoke the function. We'll set it equal to data, go with await. Now, the problem here is I forgot the async, correct? So we need to set the server component equal to async, then we can go with await, and then we're looking for get single drink, and we want to pass in the params and then the ID. And if everything is correct, we're going to get the object. So for now, let's just log the data, I guess, just so we can see that everything works correctly. Now this is going to be in a terminal. So again, let me just navigate to my browser. I'll have a list over here. Okay, I can choose any of these drinks. We load the drink and then back in the console, again, we're gonna have a pretty big object. Now the gotcha here is that they still return the drinks array. So even though it's a one drink, they return it as the first item in the array. Now we're looking for two things. I only want to display the name, and I also want to get the image. Now for now, we're not going to showcase the image, but since we'll use it a little bit later anyway, we might as well get it right now. For starters, let's go with title. And that one is going to be equal to data. And I'm going to use the optional chaining here. I'm going to say drinks. Then again, I'm looking for the first item. Now, if it exists, then get me str and then drink. And pretty much the same deal is going to be with the image. So I'm going to copy and paste. And then I'm going to name this image source. And then instead of str drink, we're looking for str drink and thumb. So essentially the thumbnail. So those are the two things we want to showcase. So for now, let me just check whether we have them over here. Let me save. Again, let me just refresh. And let's see whether I have those two things. And it looks like everything's correct. So I have over here the title as well as the URL to the image. So now let's set up quickly our return where effectively we'll have the div. Then inside of the div, we're going to have our link. So let's go with link, then href. And in here, I just want to navigate back to the drink. So we can just hard code. As far as the classes, we're going to go with btn primary, then margin top is going to be set equal to 8, and then margin bottom is going to be set equal to, nope, not 8. We're going to go with 12. And then let's provide some kind of value. I'm going to go with back to drinks. And then in here, let's just display the heading 1. Again, we're going to cover the image in the following lectures. So that's when we'll set up the image element as well. For now, let's just go with class name. Then let's go with text for Excel, margin bottom. Let's set it equal to 8. And then let's just display that title. So let's say over here, the title. So now if I navigate back to my list, okay, I have this one. And of course, I can pick any of these drinks over here. And I'll right away pull the info on that specific drink. And with this in place, we can start discussing the image component in Next.js. All right, and up next, let's talk about the next image component, which essentially helps us to optimize our images. And as a result, our sites are going to load way faster. Now, I'm going to go right away with some kind of example. Otherwise, I mean, we can discuss this in detail for another hour, but I think it's far more useful to see the next image component in action. So for starters, we want to navigate to one of the sites where you get the images. In my case, I'm going to follow this link. So if you're interested, you can do that as well. Or again, you can download your own. So let me navigate over here. And then I'm going to go with the biggest image. So yes, purposely, I'm going to get the original size. Let me just download over here. And if everything is correct, this image should be pretty big. So let me just go and double check. Yep, that's the one. I'm going to rename it as drink. And then I'm going to look for my folder, more specifically app. Then I want to go with the ID one and then place this one right next to it. And once the image is in the correct folder, we want to navigate to the page. And you know what? Let me close these ones over here. And we want to import the image. And for starters, I'm just going to log just so you can see what the Next.js is doing behind the scenes. So in here, let's go with import. I'm going to call this drink img, and that is going to be coming from my file. So the file name, I believe, is this one. So let me save, and again, let me just log. Please keep in mind that the log is going to be in the terminal. So let's navigate back over here. Then let's refresh, and then let's navigate back to our terminal. And notice, so essentially behind the scenes, Next.js right away sets up this object. We have the source, so this is where the image is located, and we could right away also see that the height and width are pretty big. So we can definitely render this in the good old image tag. But again, if we have a site with a bunch of images that have such size, I mean, it's going to be pretty slow. So let's just try it out. I'm going to go with img. Then we want to set up the source. And remember, now we have the object. So we're looking for drink img, then dot source. And then we want to close it out. Now I'm not going to provide the alt or anything like that. So now let's go to a browser and check it out. So I'm going to go to any of the cocktails and notice, first of all, this layout shift. And also we can clearly see that it takes some time for this image to load. Why? Well, because again, the image is quite big. And solution essentially is to use the image component, which is coming from Next.js, which right away will set up a bunch of optimizations for us. And as a result, of course, our page is going to load faster. And also we won't have this layout shift. Now, in order to start using the image component, we want to grab it from next/image. And then in the source, we just provide the entire object, the one that we have in the terminal over here. And if we want to control the width and height, we just need to add some class names. For example, in here, I went with 48 and 48, and then I added the rounded one. Now, there are more props, but we're going to discuss them when we start talking about the remote images. So now we're just talking about statically imported images. So I guess let's try it out. I'm going to go to the page.js. I'm going to leave this one for now. So we're still working with the local one. And effectively, I just want to select this one. And instead of the good old image element, I'm going to go with image component. It has the source prop, and we want to set it equal to our drink and then img. Like I said, in order to control the width and height, we just need to add, in this case, Tailwind classes. So in my case, I'm going to go with 48 and also set the height equal to 48. And since I want the edges to be round, I'm going to go with rounded. And you know what, let's just go with the large one. And let's also add the alternative text. In this case, let's say a drink. So now if we navigate back to the browser, notice the images here. For starters, we don't have that layout shift anymore. Notice how right away this text is placed exactly where it's going to end up. So we don't have this situation where we have some kind of content and then we're waiting for the image. Behind the scenes, whenever we use the image component, it pretty much sets it up everything for us. Now, another interesting thing that we can notice is following. The Next.js is going to optimize those images for us. Notice the size. Even though we went with the 2.6, it actually is much smaller once it gets to our browser, which significantly speeds up the time it takes to load this asset. Okay, and once we're familiar with the static images, the local images, now let's talk about the remote images, which is going to be our use case. Now, since Next.js does not have the access to remote files during the build process, we'll need to provide more props, specifically width and height, but just keep in mind that those props, those attributes, are not used in order to set the height and width. We're still going to do that with the Tailwind class. These ones are used to set up the correct aspect ratio, as well as to avoid layout shift, and we'll take a look at that once we have the entire setup in place. Now, we'll also need to provide the URL in the next config.js in order to access those images. And make sure to restart the server whenever you make some changes in next config.js. Otherwise, the latest changes might not take place. And at the very end, we also want to add this priority property, which essentially is going to prioritize the image for the loading. So let's try this one out. First, we want to navigate to the single drink over here. And then instead of the local one, and I'll leave this one for your reference, actually we'll set up with the remote one. So we're going to go over here with image. And then for the source, we're going to go with img source. So now we're providing the URL. And also, we want to set up that width and height. So again, this is just going to be for the aspect ratio and to prevent layout shift. So in my case, I'm going to go with 300. And then also I'll set up the height over here, 300. Then let's add the same class name. So again, we want to go with some kind of width. In my case, I'm going to hard code as 48. Then height is also going to be 48. And then we'll add some rounded edges. So I'm going to go with rounded large in this case, I guess. And then let's add some shadow as well. So shadow, and let's set it equal to large. And then at the very end, let's add some margin bottom in the bottom. Now we also want to set this as priority. So let's add that prop. And then as far as the alternative, well, we have the title, correct? So let's use that. Let's set up here title. Let's close it. And if everything is correct, there's actually going to be an error once we navigate to the browser because we haven't set up the config. So in this case, notice it's complaining that the URL is not in our config. Again, we can refresh and we'll have the same deal. So invalid source pro. And then if we take a look at the error message over here, it says the same thing. So we cannot just access remote image unless we have set up the next config. And in order to do that, we just need to navigate back over here. And in the README, you actually have the example. So if you scroll down, notice we'll need to go with images, then remote patterns. Then we want to set up the protocol, the host name, the port, and path name. Now, as a side note, I have seen some examples where essentially you just provide 2 stars over here for the host name, and then you can access all of the images, but we're not going to use this particular approach. So now let me navigate to the Next.js config. Then we want to set up our images. This is going to be equal to an object. Inside of the object, we want to go with the remote patterns, and that is going to be our array. And then we want to set up another object where we just provide the properties. As far as the protocol, we're going to go with this one. Then the host name, I usually just grab it from here. They provide some nice suggestions, so might as well use that. Then as far as the port, well, there's no specific port, so I'm just going to leave this one blank. Then we want to provide the path name. And as far as cocktails DB, I will set it as images and then 2 stars. So whatever comes after the images. Again, we need to restart this server. So let me clear everything, npm run dev. And if everything is correct, we should see the image correctly displayed in the browser. And once we navigate to the browser, we can notice a few things. For starters, we'll be able to access correctly images. That's the first thing. Then also there's going to be no layout shift. So for example, if I navigate to a different cocktail, notice I'll right away have my title where it's supposed to be. And also if we take a look at the DevTools, more specifically, if we take a look at the elements, we'll notice this source set. And essentially in here, Next.js prepares a bunch of versions of the same image, so then browser can pick the one that makes sense for a particular viewport. Now, also, I want to talk about something which we discussed before when we talked about the server components. Notice how we nicely cache the page. So let's say I'm going to navigate to this particular cocktail. So the first time we're going to load, yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time, correct? Now, let me go back to the drinks and go back to that specific drink. Notice how we immediately get the response. So that's also something cool about server components, where we can nicely cache them on a server. So the next time user comes back to the page, we can serve it immediately. And the very last thing with images I want to cover is the fill property, which essentially allows us to size the image based on the parent element. So instead of hard coding these values, we'll set it equal to the parent. And remember the list Next.js generates I showed you in the previous video. Well, we use the sizes prop, and we'll just say, listen, up to 768, use the 100%, and then up to 1200, use 50%. Please keep in mind, you are not limited to only these values. So let's get cracking. I'm going to do that in the drinks list. Essentially, I'm going to refactor it to be a grid and to have 2 columns. And then in order to place the image, we first need to set up some kind of parent. So this is a must whenever we use the fill. We need to use the parent, which is display block, and it's also relative. And then we'll provide all of the proper values. So I guess let's get cracking. We're actually in this case looking for the drinks list. And I'm going to keep this one for your reference. So just copy and paste, and I'll comment this one out. So this was our first version. Like I said, now I want to refactor it to a grid and to have 2 columns. So in here, let's go with grid, then grid colon, or I'm sorry, it's actually small colon. So once we get to the small screen, it's actually going to be a grid columns, and I'm going to go with 2 column layout. Then also I want to add some kind of gap in between the items. So in this case, it's going to be 6, and we're going to go with margin top, and we'll also set it to 6. Then we want to grab the image, and I guess I'm not going to rely on auto import. I'm just going to grab it from next/image. Then let's keep on moving. And in here, where we have the link, not only I want to have the drink, which is still going to stay there, but above the text, I'm going to set up a div. So this is the thing. Whenever we use the fill prop, we must have a parent. And like I said, the parent has to be display block, which is default for the div. And also we need to set it equal to relative. So we're going to go here with a relative. Then we will come up with some kind of height. In my case, that is going to be 48. And then we're going to go with margin bottom and set it equal to 4. Then inside of this one, we're going to go with image. Then as far as the source, it's going to be equal to a drink. And as far as the property, we're looking for str, then drink, and then we want to go with thumbnail. Now we want to set up the fill. Again, we're not hard coding width and height anymore. And in here, we need to provide these sizes. And essentially, we're setting up over here the media query, where I'm going to go with max width. So up to 768. I'm going to go with the 100%. So 768 pixels here. Then we're going to go with the 100%. Then let's add a comma. And then once we get to the 1200, we're going to go with 50 max width. And let's set it equal to 1200 pixels. And we're going to go with 50 view widths. Okay, good. And then let's also add the alternative, I guess. So alternative is going to be equal to my str drink. So I guess I can just copy these values over here. And then let's add also some class names. So I'm going to go with the rounded. And then let's set up the medium. And we also want to go with object cover, because since this one is relative and we want to essentially take up the entire width of the parent, we're going to go with object cover, which again, we're actually using Tailwind class for that. So now let's navigate back to our browser and check it out. We should have a 2 column layout, and we nicely display our images. And again, this actually is cached. So if I go right now to first drink and come back, notice how I immediately get my list of drinks. Okay, and up next, let's return to routing and let's discuss more options. So first, I want to showcase how we can set up private folders. And as I know, we just need to go with underscore and then the folder name. Then I'll show you how we can set up route groups. So effectively, how we can group some routes without affecting the URL. And then we'll also take a look at the catch all route segment, as well as the optional catch all route segment. And the reason why I'm covering these ones, because in next project, the auth library we're going to use by the name of clerk is actually using this approach. So I thought it's going to be very useful if we cover that during the tutorial. So for starters, let's just take a look how we can make something private. So let's say I want to set up here the CSS folder, and I don't want it to be part of my URL, because we know that if I'm going to create any folder in the app, it will automatically be my route. So essentially, we just want to go here, not with new file. We want to go with new folder, and we just go with underscore here. And then, of course, we can place all of the files over here. So that should do it for private folders. Then if we want to group some routes, for example, I have 3 routes that are going to be in a dashboard, but I don't want my URL to be localhost or whatever domain /dashboard. Let's say I just want to skip it, but I still want to group them together. we just need to place the folder name in the parentheses. So how is that going to look like? I'm going to go new folder. We set up the parentheses, and then we just come up with a name. So in this case, it's going to be dashboard. So now we can still set up the folders inside of the dashboard, but dashboard is not going to be part of the URL. So let's try this one out. I'm going to go with new folder. I'm going to go with auth. And then inside of this auth, we're going to go with page.js. Again, we're going to set up the component. Let me just set up here the page name. I think I'm going to go with auth or something along those lines. And then let's navigate to the browser. And if everything is correct, it's not going to be under dashboard. It's actually going to be under auth. So if I go here, notice this is going to be my page. And if I go to a dashboard auth, that actually will return a 404 because there is no dashboard. Again, we're just using it to nicely group our routes. And also, let's take a look how we can set up catch all route segments as well as the optional one. And essentially the difference over here, the second approach where we go with 2 square brackets, then 3 dots, and then the folder name. Well, this also is going to include the parent route. And if this sounds iffy, don't worry. We'll get there in a second. So let's imagine the scenario where in the auth, I have a sign in page, but this is going to be essentially dynamic. So I'll be passing some kind of parameters which are going to change. So let's go here. Let's say sign in, but we need to place this in a square bracket. So sign in. Okay, good. And then we want to set up the page. So new file, we go with page.js. And then inside of it, let's set up our component. And I think I'm going to call this sign in page. Now, we know that we can access params, correct? So we just structure out the params. And then I think I'm going to leave this the same, but I'm going to change it to heading 1, maybe in text. 7XL. Okay, good. And then let's log our params, our object. So now let me navigate not to dashboard auth, but auth, and then sign in. And if we go over here, notice in the terminal, we'll have our object. And in there we have sign in is equal to a sign in. So of course, if I'm going to change the parameter name, I'll have it here in my object. We already covered it when we were setting up the drinks. But what if I have a application where essentially there's going to be some more segments after that? What if it's going to be, I don't know, users, then new, or something along those lines? At the moment, it returns a 404. So what if we want to catch all of those optional segments as well? Well, in order to fix it, we just need to use different naming. So here we go with ... and then we set up the sign in. So now what happens? Notice right away in the console, I get this sign in. So that's my main dynamic parameter. And then in here, essentially, I have all of those URL segments in the array. So since I have sign in, users, and then new, that's exactly what I see over here. And as you can see, they're in the same order. And lastly, we have also this option of 2 square brackets. Now, this one fixes the issue if we don't have in the parent a page. So at the moment, yeah, if I navigate back to the auth, everything is fine and dandy. We still display the auth page. But what if in the setup I don't have it? What if there is no page? Again, it's going to be a 404, correct? We already covered that before. Now, in order to fix that, we just need to set up 2 square brackets. And then this dynamic route is also going to catch the parent. So let me go back one more time and rename it. And again, the reason why we cover these options is because Clerk is using it. How often are you going to use it in your project? I'm not sure. And once we change the folder name, if we navigate in the browser to the auth, actually it does show the sign-in page. Now, one thing to keep in mind, the params is going to be empty. And with this in place, now we can move on to the next topic. Okay, I think at this point we can switch gears and start discussing server actions in Next.js. But in order to make our upcoming examples more realistic, I want to save our data in a database. And these days, an extremely popular option is Prisma, which essentially sits on top of the database and simplifies the setup and the interactions with the database. While developing, we're going to use SQLite and save our data in the file. But since it does not work in production, right before we deploy our project, we'll switch to SQL and host our database on a planet scale. If you're familiar with Prisma and already have a specific database setup in place, feel free to use that. Now, if you're new to Prisma, I highly suggest installing this extension. And the name is simply Prisma, which is going to add syntax highlighting. It's going to help with linting, code completion, formatting, and tons of other things as well. And once we have the extension in place, we want to install 2 more libraries. We want to look for Prisma, which is going to be the CLI, and also a Prisma client. So this one is going to be as save dev, and then we also want to install Prisma client. And once we have everything in place, we will set up our configuration. So we're going to run npx Prisma and init. So I guess let's get cracking. I'm going to first copy these 2 over here commands. So I'm going to install both the Prisma as well as the Prisma client. And then we'll right away go with npx Prisma init. And once we execute the npx Prisma init, we should see some changes in our project. So for starters, we're going to see over here this Prisma folder with schema.prisma. So effectively, this is the configuration file for the Prisma. And here we have the provider, so we're not going to change this one. But when it comes to database, we're going to switch to SQLite, again, while we're developing. And then once we go to production, we're going to switch to SQL. Now, also, notice over here, we'll have this .env. So Prisma right away generates this file. And in here, we have database URL with the connection string. Now, of course, in here, we normally would provide our own values. But since we're going to be using the SQLite, we'll actually point to a file. But I still want to keep this env variable since, again, it's going to make it easier later to switch. Now, before we do anything, there's one thing that I right away want to add to gitignore, and that is .env. Because by default, when it comes to Next, they just add env and then local. So essentially, this .env doesn't get ignored by the source control. And as a result, whenever we will push this up to a GitHub, everyone can see our secret variables. And since we want to avoid that, let's right away add .env to the gitignore. And lastly, in this video, I do want to switch to SQLite, and essentially I will show you the link just in case you're interested. So just navigate to README, follow this link. You'll go to Prisma docs, and as you can see, in order to set up SQLite, we need to go with different provider, and also the URL is going to be the file. But like I said, in my case, I'm going to set this one up in .env. So I'm just going to change this value over here. Let me just add the quotation mark. And also I want to change my provider. So if we navigate back, notice this value needs to be SQLite. Now, we can also rely on the Prisma VS Code extension. So essentially, if we remove, notice we right away get all the options, and we're going to go with this one. And if everything's correct, we have successfully added Prisma to our project. And one Next.js specific thing that we need to do whenever we start working with the Prisma is to limit the amount of connections we make to a database. Now, this code is coming straight from their docs. So if you want to find out more details, please follow this link over here. And I also left some description in the README. In short, we just want to check whether the Prisma client already exists, and if it does exist, then just use that one. And in order to set everything up, we want to create a new folder. In my case, I'm going to go with utils, and then let's go with database. And in this case, since I'm using code straight from the docs and they have TypeScript, we're just going to go with DB, and then let's go with TS. And then Let me navigate back to the README. Again, you can copy from the docs. That's also an option. But in my case, I'm just going to look for this code over here, copy and paste. And now whenever we will work with Prisma, instead of the default import for Prisma client, I'll actually import the Prisma from this DB.ts. And as a result, we're not going to exhaust those connections. Not bad, not bad. And once we have successfully added Prisma to our Next.js project, now let's create our first model. Effectively set up the structure for our data. And in order to do that, we need to navigate to schema.prisma, and we want to create the model. Now, in my case, since we're going to be creating tasks, I'm going to name my model task, and then we want to add a few properties. So we'll start over here with ID. Now, we have option to set it up as number, but I actually prefer string, and we always need to set up the primary key. And in order to do that, we just need to go with this @ and then the ID. So effectively, I'm setting this ID as my primary key. And then we also have this nice option to set up the default. And in my case, I'm using UUID. Then there's going to be a content, and I'll set it equal to string. So essentially, that's the task. As a side note, in Prisma, if you set this one up with the question mark, that means it's optional. And as you can see, the rest of them are not optional. However, 3 of them have defaults. So essentially, this is the only one where we'll be looking for the user's input. Now, we also can nicely set up created at. So this is the property name, and in here I'm using datetime, and I also can right away set up the default and set it equal to now. And then at the very end, I have completed, which has a type of Boolean, and we can also nicely set up some kind of default, and in my case, I'm going to go with false. Now, if you're totally new to Prisma, in the README, you'll find a more detailed explanation for all these lines of code. And once the model is in place, we want to run npx prisma migrate dev, which safely will apply and track the changes to the database structure. And at the very end, we're going to run npx prisma studio, which is an awesome graphical interface for our database. So like I said, let's get cracking. We're going to navigate to schema prisma. We want to go with model. In my case, I'm going to go with task, and then one by one, let's set up those properties. I'm going to go with ID. I'll set it equal to string. Then I'll set it as my primary key. So I'm going to go with @ and then ID. Then we're going to go with the default one as well. So another attribute. And in here, let's use the UUID one. Then let's set up the content. Let's set it equal to string. After that, we have created @. And in here, let's use the datetime type. Then again, let's go with the default and let's set it equal to now. Now I think I have one too many parentheses. So let me remove here. And then at the very end, let's go with completed. And this one will be type Boolean. And again, I'm going to go with default. And in this case, we're going to go with false. Let's save it. And once our model is in place, essentially every time you make some changes in a schema.prisma, you want to migrate, so you want to safely apply and track those changes. And while we're working locally, we're just going to go with npx prisma migrate dev, and then once we start working with the planet scale, the command is going to be a little bit different. So in here, let's just go with npx prisma migrate, and then we're looking for dev1. Now, most likely it's going to ask you the name. And in here, I'm just going to say task model. Okay, good. And if everything is correct, you should see this migration folder over here. Now, like I said, we also right away want to open up the Prisma client. And effectively, this is just going to be graphical interface for our database. Now, you can definitely run it in the same terminal, but I actually prefer to open up a new window. Now, you can split it here as well, but that's not my preference. So I'll set up a new one. And then we're looking for npx prisma, and let me double check. I believe it was studio. For some reason, I always keep typing client, and of course, that's not the correct command. And notice, essentially immediately, I navigate to localhost 5555, and in here, I have my model. And if I click on it, notice over here, at the moment, I have no items, but essentially, this is where I'll be able to see all the items I have in my database. And of course, if I create more models, I'll see those ones as well. And hopefully you see where I'm going with this. Okay, and once we have our model and Prisma client in place, now let's practice CRUD functionality with Prisma. Initially, we're going to hard code our data, but since we're going to use the same commands later on in the server actions, I think it's super useful to get familiar with the main concepts first. And for starters, I just want to change the terminal. So at least in my case, I always leave this one running. So I switch back, and for example, if I need to install a package, I do it over here, and then the Prisma client is constantly running. Now, as far as the setup, I actually want to change some things around where I want to remove the query folder. So if you take a look at the README, you'll notice over here. So we won't use the query folder. That was my mistake. And since we don't have the folder anymore, I also want to fix the links in Navbar. So notice in the app, I don't have the query one anymore. So now let me navigate to Navbar. And then instead of the query one, let's write over here Prisma example. So that's the page. And as far as the label, I'm just going to go with Prisma. And you know what? Since we're discussing it right now, let me just move it up. So tasks is where we're going to work with the server actions. And once I have the correct links, we want to navigate to Prisma example, more specifically the page. And we want to get the Prisma from the database. Remember, that was our instance. So we want to go over here with import, then Prisma, and this is going to be coming from, and then let's look for the utils one. So we're going to go with / then utils, and then we have DB over here. And I'm just going to set it up in a separate function, and I'm going to call this Prisma handlers. And essentially, I want to create a task, and then I right away want to get all tasks. And then in the page, I just want to iterate over, and I just want to display them on a screen. Again, the main point of this video is to get you comfortable with the CRUD commands, since we're going to use them in this tutorial and pretty much every time you'll work with the Prisma. So let me call this one Prisma handlers. Now it's going to be a sync function, since both of the methods are going to be async. So we want to stick a wait in front of it. So the first one is going to be create. And what's really awesome, once we install the extension, notice over here, how we go with dot, and effectively it knows that I have the task. So it right away gets me the correct type. I don't have to guess over here. I don't need to make unnecessary typos or nothing like that. Essentially, I just go with Prisma and it knows, hey, listen, you only have the task. So we get that one. And then we have a bunch of these methods that we can use. And the one that we're looking for here is the create. Now we want to invoke that. And inside of it, we want to set up data property. And then inside of the data, we want to set up the properties we have in our model and provide the value. Again, in our case, only content is the one that we're looking for. The rest of them are set by default. But if in your model you have then other properties where essentially you'll need some kind of value, you'll need to add them here as well. Otherwise, you won't be successful. You won't be able to create that model. Like I said, by default, all of them are required unless we set up the question mark. So in here, let's go with content. And for now, I'm just going to hard code and I'm going to say wake up. So now we create this. Every time pretty much we'll invoke the Prisma handlers. And I also right away want to get back all of the tasks. I know, very primitive example, but you know what? I still think that it covers pretty much everything we need to know about Prisma, essentially in the beginning. And then later on, as you work on your own projects, of course, you're going to learn more options and methods. Again, we want to go with Prisma. Again, we want to stick a wait in front of it. Then we want to go with what? With our model, which is task. And then as far as the method, we're looking for find many. That's the one that we want to use. And in here, technically, you can just leave it blank, essentially even remove the curlies. But in my case, I just want to show you how we can also order. And I'm going to order by created that, and I'm going to go in descending order. So order by, then we set up another object, and then we go with created at, and we're going to go with descending. Again, just showing you options. technically, if you just want all of them, just go with find many and then just invoke it. And then from this function, I want to return all of the tasks. And then in my Prisma example component, essentially my server component, for starters, I want to make this async since I'm going to be waiting for the Prisma handlers, and I'm going to set it equal to tasks since that's what I'm returning from my function. Let's go with await. Then let's call Prisma handlers. Let's invoke, and just quickly, let's iterate over the list and display something on a screen just so we can see how everything works. Now, as far as the return, we're going to start here with this heading 1. Okay, that one can stay. Then we want to go with tasks dot and then map. Each and every item I'm going to reference as task. But of course, I forgot to set up my callback function over here. So let's say here task. Then when it comes to return, I'm just going to go with heading 2. And then remember, we have access to the ID. So we're going to go over here with task ID. And then also let's add some classes here. So class name, text, extra large, and then padding top bottom is going to be set equal to 2. And then let's also set up task content. And this is totally optional, but I'll also add the emoji. So let me navigate over here before the task content. And I think I'm going to go with this one. So let me save it. And now check it out. Once I navigate to the browser, to the Prisma example, and I refresh, notice how we are creating tasks. And the same is going to be in the Prisma Studio. Once I navigate now under the tasks, I'm going to have list of tasks. Now, if you want, we can change some values here. For example, I can set the first one equal to true, but since we're not accessing that in our code, nothing is going to change in the browser. Again, this is how we can set up the basic CRUD in Prisma, where we grab the instance, we go with the model name, and then we either go with create or we go with find many. So this is going to get all of the tasks, and then with this one we create. And in here we want to provide the data, and then one by one the properties where we need to provide some values. And this is totally optional, but also in the README, I left some examples of essentially complete CRUD. So if we want to create a single record, again, the setup is going to be following. If we want to get all of them, we're going to go with find many. And again, if we don't provide order by, we're just going to get all of them. And also, let's imagine that you have a user model, and in there you have email, which most likely is going to be unique. In order to get a single record, you can also use that unique property. So in our case, we're going to do that using the ID, since that's our primary key. But please keep in mind that also whenever you're looking for a single item, yeah, you can use a property which is unique. So in here, we go with find unique, and we go with where, and then we either go with the unique property or we can just go with the ID, which is going to be our case. So those are the keywords we kind of need to remember. Whenever we create, we want to go with data and then set up the properties. And whenever we're going to be looking for something, we're going to go with that method and then where, and again, provide some kind of properties. Now we can also update. So in here, essentially we combine the two. We go with the model name, then update. And first we grab the item and then we provide the data. So again, in our case, that is going to be the content. And also we have this upsert option where essentially if the item is already present, we just update the data. However, if there is no such record, then we create one. So notice over here, we go to where, again, we find it, then we update, and if it's not, then we create. And then in order to delete, we just go with delete and then where, and in our case, we're going to go with the ID. And if you're interested, the upcoming video is going to be the challenge where I want you to display the list of tasks we just hard-coded in our Prisma example. Okay, and once we're familiar with the Prisma CRUD functionality, up next, let's move on to the tasks page and let's make things dynamic, where effectively we're going to create a form, and with the help of server actions, we'll dynamically add the item directly to our database. Yes, straight from the client, we're going to add data to the database. And also we want to render them. Now in a list, I want to showcase the edit. So essentially in here, this is a link to the single task page, something we haven't created yet, which effectively also is going to be our challenge, and also a delete button, where again, with the help of server actions, we're going to remove the item from the database. So if I'm gonna say something like first task and then add it, notice over here, this is going to be my task. And also I can delete, and also we can edit. So for starters, we're just gonna repeat something we already covered in the previous video, where essentially we want to set up a task form, task list, delete form. And yes, the delete button actually is going to be form, and you'll see why. And for now, I just want to render all of them, basically task form and task list, in the tasks page. And in the tasks list or task list component, I want to iterate over the list. And I just want to display the name of the task as well as the link to a single task, again, page we haven't created, and a delete form. So if you're interested working on challenge, just pause the video and resume once you're ready to compare the results. So I'm going to start over here with task form, JSX. So this is going to be my straightforward component. I don't think I'm going to make the text bigger. I think it's going to be easy to see. Then we have a task list, again, list of tasks. Okay, let's render this one as well. And after that, we want to set up the delete form. So delete form JSX. Again, let's create our component. Awesome. Then let's navigate to the tasks page. And in here, we just want to grab both of them. We want to grab the task form and the task list, and also change the width of the page. So I'll make it smaller. I'll say over here, max width is going to be equal to large. And then one by one, let's display them. I'll try to rely on auto import. So we're looking for task form here. And also we want to get the task list after that. So, okay, good. We have this one in place. Now let me take a look. I have a bunch of tasks over here. Let's refresh. We make some more. Okay, good. And then once I navigate over here to the tasks page, I have task form and task list. So we'll work on this one a little bit later. So for now, let's navigate to the task list. And in here, the first thing I want to do is to make this one a sync, since we're going to use Prisma, and we want to grab all of the tasks. So again, this is just to showcase that we're not limited to grabbing some items in the page. So since this is also a server component, essentially we can set up the same functionality. So you don't have to fetch it at the very top in the page and then pass it down. Now you can if you want to, but you are not limited to just fetching data in the page. So in here, let's go with tasks, and let's go with await. Then we'll set up Prisma, then dot, and we should be already familiar with tasks. So that's the model name. And then we're looking for find many. And again, I'll repeat the functionality where essentially I want to order by the created at. So let's go with order by, then created at property. And we're just going to go with descending. So now I have my list of tasks. And first I want to check whether there are items in the array, since essentially it might be empty, correct? So let's go over here with if, and let's just check for tasks, then length. And if it's equal to 0, what do we want to display? Well, some kind of heading 2, for example. So let's go with heading 2, and let's add some Tailwind classes. So margin top is going to be equal to 8, then font medium, also then text large, and then we'll just provide some text. No tasks to show, dot, dot, dot. Okay, good. And then if we have the list of tasks, let's actually refactor this to unordered list. Then let's iterate over, and you know what, let's also add here the margin top. So I'm gonna go with margin top is equal to 8. And here, let's set up tasks, then map. We have our callback function. Okay, good. And I'm just gonna reference this as task. And then we'll have the list item. a heading 2 inside of it, and then we'll have the link as well as the delete button. So let's start over here with list item. Since it's a list, we do need to provide the key. So let's set up that one over here, task ID, and then let's provide some classes. So we're looking for flex. We're going to justify between. Sorry, not justify center. We're looking for justify between. Then we want to go with item center. After that, we also want to add some padding left and right. So I'm going to set it equal to 6. Then padding top bottom is going to be set to 4. And margin bottom is going to be also set to 4. Then let's add some border, and then base. And I'm going to go with 300. Again, this is coming from the Daisy. Then I'm going to go with rounded edges. So I'm going to set it equal to large. And then also let's add the shadow here. So shadow large as well. And then inside of the list item, like I said, we're going to go with heading 2. But in here, I'll actually dynamically check whether task is completed or not. And if that's the case, I'm going to add the line through. So as far as the classes, I'm going to go with class name and let me set up the curlies. Then let me go with my template string and I'm going to go text large. Then let's capitalize right away. And then let's check what is the value of completed. Since at the moment, yes, all of the tasks have this set to false, but eventually we will control that. And at that point, it's useful to show which task is completed and which one is not. Let's go with task. Then the property we're looking for is, and it looks like I messed it up over here. Let me go back to my schema Prisma. Yep, I messed it up. Should be completed over here, but this is going to be a good lesson for us. So notice over here, I'm going to set up right now the change in the schema.prisma. Let me save. And now I'm looking for that npx, then Prisma, migrate, and then dev. So now we want to apply the changes. And in here it says, well, listen, you're going to drop the existing one. Yep, that's what we want to do since we changed our schema right now. And now again, let's go with npm run dev. And notice how smart Prisma was, where essentially it right away says, hey, listen, you're looking for a property that doesn't exist in your model. So let me try one more time. Now we should have completed. Yep, everything is correct. And effectively in here, I just want to set up the ternary operator. And if everything is good, essentially, if it's true, I'm going to go with line through. And if not, I'm just going to go with null. Now, as far as the value over here, let me go with task. And then I have the content. And then right next to the heading 2, I'm going to set up div where I'll place the link as well as the delete form. So let's go here with div. Then let's add a class name. I'm going to go with flex. Let's set up some gap in between. So we're going to go with gap 6. Then also items are going to be center over here. And then we want to place the link. As far as the href, we're going to go to tasks and then task ID. So a page we're going to create a little bit later, and it's going to be part of our challenge. So tasks here, / and then we're looking for task ID. And then let's also add some classes right away. So we're looking for btn. In this case, I'm going to go with accent, and we're going to go with button extra small. Now let me add the actual text. And you know what? It looks like I need to close the link for starters. I'm just going to go here with edit. And then we want to set up the delete form. Again, at the moment, there's going to be nothing in delete form, but we do want to pass right away the ID. So as a prop, I'm going to pass the task ID. So let's save it. And with this in place, now let me navigate to the browser. And I can see the task form, but I don't see the list. And I think the issue is over here. Notice the tasks. Well, I'm not returning anything from the iteration. So once I navigate back, now I have correctly the title as well as the edit, which at the moment navigates to a page that doesn't exist. And also we have over here this delete form. Now, whenever you set up the migration, you'll also need to restart the Prisma Studio in order to get the latest data. So remember, in my case, that was in a separate terminal. So make sure to stop and then restart the npx Prisma Studio. And also, don't be surprised if this value is not changing as we navigate around our project. So notice I keep going back to the Prisma page where essentially we're hard coding those items, but nothing is changing over here. It only happens when we refresh. And essentially the reason for that is because Prisma example is a static page. And we'll cover what it means in bigger detail when we build our production application. All right, and up next, let's discuss server actions, which effectively are asynchronous server functions that can be called directly from our components, which is super, super wild. So imagine this setup. You have a database and you want to update something from the front end in a database. Now, most likely, these are the things you'll need. You'll need a endpoint on a server or an API route in the previous Next.js versions. And as a side note, we will return to this topic later on in this tutorial. Then we'll need to set up some kind of form and make a request. So once the user submits the form, we make a request to the server. And if everything's correct, we have successfully updated the database. Now with Next.js server actions, we can actually bypass this whole thing. Yes, we'll still have the form, and yes, we will still submit it, but the request is not going to go to the server somewhere. Essentially, we'll right away update or create everything that we need in a database directly from our component, which again is super, super wild. Now, here are the rules. The function needs to be async. And if we set it up inside of the component, we can only do that in the server component. And we must add this use server directive at the top. Now, we can also set it up in a separate file. And in that case, we add use server at the top of the file. And in there, we just place a bunch of server actions. And in that case, we can also invoke it in the client component. So you won't be able to set up the server action function in the client component. You can only do that if it's in a separate file. And once we're familiar with the general concepts, up next, let's move on to the task form, set up the form, and create our first server action function. Okay, before we start typing away, actually, I want to go to my Prisma Studio and remove all of the tasks. Essentially, I want to start everything from the scratch. So let me navigate to the Prisma Studio. I'll need to refresh. So I have these tasks over here. Let me just select all of them, and I'm going to remove them from my database. So now if I navigate back to the tasks, if everything is correct, I should have no tasks to show. So now let's navigate to the task form. And in here first, let's structure the form, and then we'll worry about the functionality. So we're going to go here with form. Eventually, there's going to be an action attribute, not for now. And inside of this form, let's place a div. And I'm just going to use the Daisy component join one, where essentially I can place some items in one line, and they look very, very good. And within this div, I'm going to place the input. Type is going to be text. Let's right away add some class names. So we're looking for input. This is going to be input bordered. And then also we need to go with join item. So this will be a parent, and then this will be a child. And since I want the input to be spanning all across pretty much my join one, I'm going to go with full as well. Now there's also going to be a submit button, which will have its own width. And then the input is going to take up rest of the space. Then we want to come up with some kind of placeholder in here. I think it's going to be useful if I'm going to go with type here. Also, we want to go with name, and this is a must. So whenever we're going to be working with server actions, if we want to access the input value, we'll have to set up a name. And in order to access, actually server action is going to have the form data as a parameter. Again, something that's coming up. Just remember, whenever you set up the input, make sure to add the name. And in this case, I'm going to go with content, which essentially is the same as the name of my property. Now, also in the later videos, you'll see that there's actually no front end checking right out of the box. So what I'm trying to say is adding required is actually very, very useful, because that way we can already omit user just trying to submit the form with empty values. Again, all of that is coming up. I'm just saying that whenever you start working with server actions, this required one is super useful because it right away adds some type of validation. And then also we want to add the button here, and then type will be submit. And also let's add some classes. So btn, this will be a button primary, so primary color. And also we're going to go with join item. So join hyphen item. And then as far as the text, let's just go with create task. And now the fun part. First, let's just check. Yep. Notice we have this nice form. And now let's set up our server action. Remember the rules? It had to be async. And also we needed to use this use server at the very top. Now, this is a server component, so we're good to go. So we can create this directly in the file. And we just need to come up with a name. In my case, I'm going to go with create task. Now, there's multiple ways how we can invoke server action, but we're going to stick with the action attribute, because with this approach, we can have the functionality even without JavaScript. And of course, that's something that I'm going to showcase a little bit later. So don't worry, we're going to get there. For now, I just want to mention that, yes, if you check out the Next.js docs, you'll see that we also have other options, but I prefer this one because, again, we can use this even when there is no JavaScript. So let's go over here with create task. Essentially, it's going to be the same name. Then we must set this as async. And then if you remember, I mentioned that this function essentially is going to get form data as a parameter right out of the box. So we don't need to do anything. Now, if you're not familiar with form data, effectively it's a web API, an interface we can use right out of the box. So we don't need to install anything. This is not Next.js specific. You can use form data also in regular React application. Now, the difference with Next.js is that they right away provide this as a parameter. And then in order to access the value of the input, we need to go with form data dot get. So that's the method we have. And then there we provide the name value, which in my case is content. Now, also don't forget that we need to use this use server directive. And for starters, let's just see whether we can correctly see the input value. So in here, I'm going to go with const. Let's go with content, and I'll set it equal to form data. So we don't need to use a wait for this one. We just need to go with get. And again, these ones need to match. So that's how we can access the value. And remember that the log is going to be in a terminal. So let me just go with content. Let me open up my terminal. Let me navigate over here. And again, let's just say drink coffee. That's going to be my task. Let's create one and then check it out. So now I have this value over here on the server. And again, what's super, super wild is the fact that we're not doing this on a front end. Notice there is no on submit handler. Essentially, this function runs on a server. And what do we want to do next? Well, we have our database and we have the value for the task. So if we put 2 and 2 together, we can take Prisma task.create, and we can just insert the content directly in our database. So let's try it out. I'm going to go here with a wait, because remember, we're waiting for the promise, then Prisma. So we get the import. Then we want to go with task. That's the model name. And then let's go with create, invoke it. And in here, let's go with data. And since the name is the same, I'm going to go over here with simply content. So now we're creating this on a server. Now there is a gotcha. So first, let's try to accomplish this. And then I'll show you the gotcha and what is the fix. So let's navigate to the browser. Again, we can pretty much use the same value. Let's create a task. Now, again, we don't get any user interaction. That's something we're going to discuss in the later videos. For now, I want to navigate to the Prisma Studio and check it out. So task is over here. Everything is correct. So why I don't see it in the browser? Well, here's the kicker. Just like Prisma page, the tasks page is static. So in order to see the latest changes, we need to grab revalidate path function from Next.js. And we need to specifically tell the Next.js, hey, listen, revalidate this route. And as a result, the moment we submit the task with create task, we'll immediately see the latest changes in our database. So here in the task form, we want to grab revalidate path. And again, let's rely on auto import. So let's go with this function, revalidate path. And since I'm sitting in the tasks page, well, that's the URL I want to use. And with this in place, now let me navigate back to the browser. As you can see, we have the latest task. And if I add a new one, let's say I'm going to go with wake up. Now I immediately see a list of tasks that is in sync with my database. So if I navigate back to the Prisma Studio, notice these are the 2 tasks I have. And the same result is displayed in the tasks page. Okay, before we move on to the delete functionality, I want to refactor the application a little bit. And just to stay consistent, I'm going to place getting all tasks as well as create task functionality in that actions. Just remember that since we have the server actions in there, we want to go with use server at the very top. So let's navigate first to utils. We're going to go with new file. And we're just going to go with actions.js. Let's set up right away use server. And I guess let's start with the list. So in here, I want to take this logic and just place it in a separate function. And after that, I want to import the function and invoke it here. So again, the result is not going to change. I just want to be consistent and place all my functions in the actions file. So let me go here with export. So we definitely want export. I'm going to call this get all and then tasks. It's going to be a sync function. As far as the logic, let me just grab it from my list. So I'm going to go with return. Since this is async, we're going to return the promise anyway. Then let me grab my list. And essentially, I just want to take this out. So back in the actions, I'm going to return whatever is the result. So in my case, that is going to be the list of tasks. And then back in the task list, I'm going to remove the Prisma import and I'll actually set it up over here in the actions. So I'll definitely need the Prisma in order for this functionality to work. And then back in a tasks list, we're just going to go with await and then get all tasks, which is coming right now from the actions. And we simply want to invoke that. And we want to do the same thing with create task functionality as well. So let's go to actions. We're going to go with export const. Let's call this create task. It's going to be a sync here. And as a parameter, we'll still set this as form data. That doesn't change. And then let's just grab the function body from the task form. So let's navigate here. Now I don't need this use server anymore since I have it at the very top. So let's cut this one out. Back in the actions, we want to set it up. And yes, we'll need to import revalidate path. So let's go with import revalidate. And let's look for the path option. This is coming from next cache. And then in the task form, again, we can remove both of these imports and we can just import create task. So let's set up the import at the very top, create task. And you know what? This actually is a named import. So create task, and it's coming from the utils. And with this in place, our functionality is still going to work, but now we have everything in the actions file. And up next, let's start working on delete functionality. And up next, let's work on the delete functionality. And like I mentioned before, there are a few ways how we can invoke server actions, but we're going to stick with the action approach since I find it super impressive that everything still works even when the JavaScript on our page is completely disabled. And for starters, we want to create this delete task in our action. Now, I'm just going to set up the placeholder. And then once I have the form in place for my delete button, then I'll set up the functionality. So for starters, let's navigate over here. We want to come up with the name. In my case, I'm going to go with delete task, I guess. So let me go with export const delete task. It's going to be a sync. Yep, it's still going to access the form data, but we don't need to add the server over here. So this logic is coming up. Once I have the export in place, now I want to quickly jump over to delete form. And in here, I'll try to rely on auto import. Remember that we are passing the ID. Again, let me just reiterate that. Notice we have this delete form, and essentially I'm grabbing the task ID and setting it up as the ID prop. Since I'm going to use this value to pass the task ID to my server action. So for starters, I'm going to go here with the ID. Then let's go with form. And remember, we have this action attribute and we want to set it equal to delete task. Now, $1,000,000 question, how are we going to pass this ID down to our server action? Well, we're going to use the input, but we're going to hide it. So effectively, we go here with input. So we still set up our input element, but type is not going to be text. It's actually going to be hidden. And then remember, we still need to use the name. And in this case, the value is going to be ID. Now, also, I want to hard code the actual ID inside of the value. So unlike the text, this one is hidden. So I can nicely just hard code here the value and set it equal to ID. And then we're also going to set up the button. Let's add some classes. In my case, I'm going to go with btn extra small, just like my link. And let's also add btn and error. Now, as far as the text, for time being, let's just write over here, delete. So every time we're going to press this button, essentially we're going to invoke the delete task server action, and we'll nicely pass the ID down to a server action. So now back in the actions, we still want to use the form data. And yep, we're going to still use the form data.get, and we're going to set it equal to the ID. So now let's go with form data dot, and then let's get the ID. And once we have this one in place, we can nicely use Prisma. And once we delete the task, remember, we still want to revalidate, correct? Otherwise, we're not going to get the latest data. So I guess let's start with Prisma. Let's do that one first. That kind of makes sense. Then remember, the method name was delete. And essentially in here, we want to go with where. And ID is equal to ID, correct? That's the property we want to use. And then also let's revalidate the path. And in this case, same deal. We're looking for the tasks. And before we navigate to the browser, it looks like I made a doozy when I was refactoring. Actually, this is not form data like so. This should be with the lowercase. So now let me finally navigate back to the browser. And essentially in here, I want to add the third task. Let me set it up. Yep. I can nicely add it to the list. And also I can remove. And it's not going to be surprising if I go back to the Prisma Studio and I still see my two tasks. So that part is correct. Now here comes the super duper impressive part, where essentially we can still have the entire functionality even without JavaScript. So we can disable JavaScript on our page and everything is still going to work. Now, in order to showcase that, I will restart the server. So npm run dev, and I'll also restart the browser just so I can start everything from the scratch. Let me see. Yep, everything is working. Okay, that's awesome. Now I want to navigate to my DevTools and essentially find the disable JavaScript one. Yep, this one over here. And now let's navigate back to the form and let's try to add that third item. So third item, let's create it. Yep, notice I was able to create the item even without any JavaScript, and I can also delete the item. And if I navigate back to the Prisma Studio, notice my list is in sync to whatever I have in database, which obviously is super, super impressive. And up next, let's work on the edit functionality as well. And I highly encourage you to at least try to complete some of these steps on your own, since in my opinion, trying, and yes, especially failing, is the best way to learn some new technology. As for me, I will split this into multiple videos, since there are quite a few steps we need to take. For starters, I want to create the edit form component. So let me navigate here. This is going to be a new component, and I'm just going to go with edit form JSX. Let's set it up. That's my component. After that, we want to create the page. So let's navigate to app. Inside of the tasks, we want to create a new folder. And I'm going to set this one up as ID. Let's not forget page.js. And also, let's right away set up both of the functions we're going to use in the actions. So let's navigate to utils over here, then actions, and I'll have two of them. I'll have one to get the task, so single task, and also there's going to be one for edit task. So export const, let's go with get task. Now, for now, I'm not gonna set up any kind of functionality. I just know that this particular function is going to be looking for the ID. And also, I want to get the edit task. Now, the difference is that as far as the parameter, it's going to be form data. Let me make sure that I type it correctly, though. So this is going to be form data. And then let's navigate right now to the page. So this will be the single task page, where essentially we have access to params and we're looking for the ID. Let me also rename it maybe over here. I'm going to go with single task page or edit task page. Doesn't really matter what you have over there. Once I have the page in the place, then I want to grab the edit form. I also want to get the get task as well as the link. But as always, I'm going to try to rely on auto imports. So for starters, let's look for a task. So once I pass in the ID, I want to get back the task. So I know that the function is going to be a sync. Therefore, I need to set up the wait. And in order to accomplish everything, I need to set my server component also to be async. Then I'm going to be looking for get task, and I'll pass in the params and then the ID. So now let's swing over to the actions and let's complete this functionality. So in here, I want to use find unique method coming from the Prisma, and I want to use my ID. So I'm going to go with return Prisma, then dot, then my task, then dot, then find unique. Let's invoke it. Let's set up the curlies, and we're going to go with where, and let's set ID. So whatever we pass in over here, we're going to get back our task. And then inside of the page, once I have access to the task, now I want to render something. And I guess I'm going to just set up the React fragment. So I'm not going to have any wrapping divs. And then let's place some kind of div with a link. For starters, let's add some kind of margin bottom. In my case, I'm going to go with 16. Then this link is going to navigate back to the tasks. So this will be hard coded. And as far as the classes, we're going to go with btn -accent. And then inside of the link, we want to display some kind of text, and I'm just going to say back to tasks. Let's save this. And then right after the link, we want to go with edit form component. And I want to pass in the task. So whatever we get back from the task, I'll place it in here. So I'm going to go with task is equal to task. That's my prop. And for starters, I simply want to log whether everything is correct. Hopefully I didn't make any typos. So let me call this task and then log task. And let's see what we've got in the browser. So let me click on any of these links. Let me navigate over here and check it out. Now I have back to tasks, and I also have my edit form. And if I want to see whether I can successfully access the task, I need to navigate back to my terminal and check it out. I have the ID, content, and rest of the stuff. And with this in place, now we can set up the edit task form and also complete the edit task functionality. And when it comes to edit form, the first thing I want to do is to the structure, ID completed, and content. And essentially, I'll just set up few inputs, and these are going to be my values. So const, and then we're looking for ID. And also I want to get the completed, and I want to get the content. And that is going to be equal to my task. And once I have this one in place, now I want to set up the form. Let's go with form. Then remember we have the action. And in this case, we'll set it equal to our edit task. So edit and then task. So we import that from the actions. Let's also add some classes here. we're going to go with some kind of max width. In my case, I think I'm going to go with the small. So essentially, I'm just going to make this smaller. So max width, and I'll set it equal to small. Then I also want to add the padding all around. Border, then border base. And let's set it equal to 300. And we also want to set the edges around. So I'm going to go with rounded large. And then one by one, let's place those inputs. Now, when it comes to ID, I actually want to do the same like in the delete form where I want to hide that input. So yes, I'll still need the value in the edit task, but I don't want to display that input. So let's go with input type is going to be hidden. Then name will be the same. So it's going to be ID. And then as far as the value, I'll also set here as ID. Now for the other two, we'll also display some default values. So essentially I want to show it to user that, hey, listen, this is the value for content, and then this is the value for completed. Now, of course, they can control those values, but it's awesome to have some kind of defaults, and these defaults will be set to whatever we have in the database. So let's go, I guess, with content first. It's going to be a little bit easier. We want to go with input. Type is going to be text. Then remember, we still want to go with required since we don't have any validations in place at the moment. And then instead of the value like we do here with the ID, we want to go with default value because this one we can actually change later. So we want to set up the content here, and then name is also going to be equal to the content. And you know what, let me just close the terminal. And then at the very end, we want to add some styles. So input, I'm going to go with input bordered. And also we want to go with width, and let's set it up as full. So let's see. Yep, looks about right. Now the one thing that's missing is actually here in the page, there is no margin bottom because of course I placed the edit form inside of the div. So now everything looks about right. So with this in place, now we want to go back to the edit form and let's add the second input. So after the content, we're going to go with completed. And in here, let's go with form control. Since we'll have more values, I want to start by setting up the label. And as far as HTML4, I guess let's go with completed. So in this case, we'll have to also add the ID to the input. Then let's add some classes, label, and then cursor pointer. And then as far as the label value, we're going to go with span, then class name, label text. This is coming from Daisy. And then we want to set up the completed. Then let's set up that input. So right after the span, let's go with the checkbox. And then for checkbox, it's not default value, it's actually default checked. So default checked is going to be equal to completed, whatever it is. But again, we can change that value. Then let's set up the ID since we have that HTML4, and I'm going to set it equal to completed. And also we want to set up the name. And in here, we're going to go with completed. And then at the very, very end, let's add some classes just so it looks better. So checkbox, I'm going to go with primary, and checkbox. You know what? Let's set it equal to small. And then at the very end, I guess right after the div in this case, let's add the button. And I'm going to go with btn primary. And let's make it small as well. So it will be btn block. So it's going to be spanning all across, but we're actually going to make it smaller. So btn small, and let's type over here, edit. And you know what? Let's also add here the type submit. So type is going to be equal to submit. And we already know that the moment we're going to submit this form, we're going to invoke edit task. And then since each input has the name and effectively has the value as well, now we can swing over to the actions and complete the edit task as well. Let me try it out. Yep, looks about right. Maybe, you know what? One thing is missing over here. It's some margin. So let me go with margin top bottom, set it equal to 4. Yep. And now in the actions, as far as the edit task, for starters, let's grab all of these values one by one. And yes, we'll need to still use that get. So I'm going to be looking for ID, also the completed and the content. So form data dot, and then let's go with get. Then we're looking for ID, copy and paste 2 times, and let's just change these values over here. So the second one is going to be content, and then we're gonna grab the third one, which will be equal to completed. Let's set it here. And then the Prisma method we're looking for is update. So again, we're gonna go with await, then Prisma, then task, update. And then inside of the method, we want to go with where. So this is where we're looking for the specific task, which matches the ID. And then once we grab the task, now we want to update the data. So previously, when we were creating the task, we were just adding the content, correct? So now we're going to go with content as well as the completed. Now, when it comes to completed, by default, it's going to be essentially on or null. And therefore, we're going to check whether completed is equal to on, which means that it's true. And using this value, we'll set it in our database as well. So we're going to go with completed. Then we'll check essentially the input value, this one over here. And if it's equal to on, well, in that case, it's going to be true. And if not, it's going to be equal to false. And once we're done with this functionality, what's the next step? Well, unlike previously where we revalidated the path, now I want to show you another option where we can redirect the user. But please be very careful. When it comes to redirect, we need to be aware of a few gotchas. It's not going to work unless the component has the use client. So whenever we are setting this up in the server action, either the server action needs to be located in the server component. Essentially, our first example would create task. Or if we're setting this up in a separate file, then the component, the edit form in this case, has to be use client. And also be careful. Later, we'll set up try catches. Don't place redirect in the try block because it will throw an error. And of course, that's going to mess with your functionality. So in here, we want to go with redirect. So essentially, we're guiding the user away from our single task page, and we want to go back to tasks. And then in order for everything to work, we want to go to edit form. Then we want to set up the use client, and essentially we're good to go. So now let me navigate back to my browser. Let's see. I have Prisma, I have tasks. Let me refresh. So I have 3 of them right now. And essentially, I want to edit this one. So let's edit. It's not going to be wake up. Let's just call this third task. And I'll set it equal to completed. Let's edit. And it looks like I have a big fat error. So let me go back to the actions. So redirect is correct. Edit form, I have use client. Okay, that's correct. So let me scroll up. So I'm importing redirect, but I need to import from the navigation. So it's from Next/navigation. At the moment, I have this API utils. And this is something you might encounter. I mean, depending on when are you watching this in the future, but in general, we want to go here with next and then navigation. So now let's try one more time. You know what, just to be on the safe side, I'll actually restart the server. So npm run dev, and then let me navigate back to the browser. I'm going to refresh. Hopefully everything is correct. Now that task is going to be set with the new value. I mean, it should be, because we only encountered the issue with revalidate. And notice, so I have the third task, it's completed, and I can also go and edit the second one. So let's call this second task, and also let's set it to complete. Let's edit, and now everything works. So our import is correct, and also the edit form is the client component. So now redirect correctly navigates the user back to the tasks page. Okay, our initial functionality works, which obviously is great, but there are a few things missing in our application. For starters, we don't provide any info to the users. So at this point, they can only wait and guess to see whether they were successful or there was an error. Now we're also not checking for any errors. We just assume that nothing will ever fail. And also the extent of our input validation is required attribute. So let's fix that. But I must warn you that some things might seem a bit tedious. Just keep an eye on the big picture. We are working with our database straight from our components. Effectively, we get the full stack app right out of the box. Now, as far as the issues, first let's inform the user that certain action is pending. Now, as far as my approach, I'm going to create a new component. So essentially, I'll still use all of the code from task form, but I'll clone it and I'll set it up in a task form custom, just so it stays for your reference. And the same is going to be with create task. Since I want to add more functionality, but I don't want to refactor the existing code, I'll clone that one as well. So let's just navigate first to actions and effectively just want to copy and paste. And this is going to be custom, since we'll add different code in here. And also we want to do the same thing with a task form. So in this case, we just want to copy and paste. And instead of copy, I'm just going to call this custom. Again, the reason why I'm doing that is because, at least in my opinion, it's always nice to have the bare bones functionality saved somewhere. So if there's ever a case where you need to go and look it up, you can right away get to it. So in here, we want to go to tasks and page. And instead of task form, let's copy. And we're looking for custom here. And the same is going to be for the name of our component. So we want to go with task form custom. And in the task form custom, instead of create task, I'm going to look for create task custom, and the same deal in the action. Now, as far as our application, everything should still work. So if I'm going to go with new task and add it to the list, yep, I'm successful, and I can also delete. And if we want to display some info to the user that the action is pending, we will have to refactor this component to the client one. So we will have to add use client here at the top. Then we'll also need to import use form status, and we'll refactor the submit button to a separate component. So in here, let's just grab this code for the button and let's create the submit button. So const, let me call this submit btn or button, doesn't really matter. Now it's not going to look for any props, but we do want to return our button. And in here, we want to invoke the use form status, which essentially is a hook that provides the status information of the last form submission. So let's go with use form and status. Now, it's not going to import, it looks like. So let me do it manually. So import use form status. And then this is coming from React DOM. And then in here, we want to set it equal to, and we want to destructure it. We want to grab the pending out of the result we're getting back from this hook. Now let me also fix this typo over here. And then once I have this pending value, I actually can disable this button while we're submitting the form. So let's go over here and let's just go with disabled, and let's set it equal to our pending value. And also inside of the button, instead of just create task, we're going to look for pending and take a look at the value. Please wait, ... or our create task. Now let me remove this text, and I'm going to go to my custom one, and I'm going to add that promise code. Remember in the, I believe, drinks, in the drinks page over here, I was using this await new promise. So I'll use the same one for create task custom, just so we can clearly see the button in action. So let's just go over here. I'm going to set up some kind of delay. In this case, it's going to be 2 seconds. So now let's navigate back over here. And one thing that is missing, actually, I forgot to set up my submit button over here. So this submit button, effectively, you want to place it in the form. So essentially, right after the input, we want to go with submit button. Let's save it. And now notice something interesting. So if I'm going to go with new task, and if I'll submit it, notice how we're waiting and the user is not able to submit another form. So while the action is pending, effectively, we disable the button. And with this in place, now let's take a look how we can handle errors in our server actions. Beautiful. And once we have the pending functionality in place, up next, let's focus on the error checking. And I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but unfortunately, for this one, we'll need to do even more acrobatics. So again, just keep an eye on the main picture that, yes, we are nicely working straight from our component with the database. Now, start might seem pretty straightforward. Essentially, we just need to go to our create task custom or any other server action, and we need to add try and catch, correct? Yes, that's very straightforward. However, notice something interesting where in the task form custom, it's not like we're checking for that value anywhere. We just add here the reference and pretty much we leave it at that. And then every time the form is submitted, we just magically run it on a server. So for starters, yes, let's set up try and catch, but we'll need to do more work in our task form custom. I guess I'm going to remove this one or at least comment out this code. And then I'll leave the content where it is. And then we want to wrap pretty much the Prisma stuff in try and catch. Now, also, what we're going to do from this try and catch will return a value. This value is somewhat special where you cannot just return the error. You can try doing that and you'll see that Next.js is going to yell at you. But what we can do is return, for example, an object. And in here, I'm going to go with message and we're going to set it equal to success. And pretty much the same thing is going to be for the error, but we're just going to change it around where we're going to go with message and then colon and the error. And also I can tell right away that once we make the changes in our task form custom, we'll have two parameters in here. It's also going to be prev state. Now, at the moment, we don't have that, but I'll right away set it up just so I don't run around like a headless chicken and look for typos. So we'll have prev state, then we'll still have our form data, and now we have try and catch. So if something goes wrong, at least we can display it to the user. And essentially now we want to navigate back to the task form. And as far as the acrobatics, for starters, we'll need another hook. So we're looking for use form and state. So not status, we're looking for use form state, which essentially is the hook that allows us to update state based on the result of the form action. It's one of the new hooks in React. Now, in order for this hook to work, we need to create some initial state. We're going to set it equal to a message, and I'm going to go with null. So there's going to be no value in here. And yes, if we take a look at the action, notice how we're essentially returning that state. So there's going to be some initial state, and then based on the result of our form action, either it's going to be success or it's going to be an error. And then inside of the task form, we want to invoke the use form state. And this hook is looking for two values. It's looking for the function. So in our case, it's going to be create task custom. And second is going to be the initial state. And as far as the return, it returns the latest state. And it also returns a function we can use to control that state. And I'm going to name it form action. And I'll set it equal to my hook. And therefore, we needed to add this prev state as well. So now we're not directly invoking create task custom. Actually, in here, we'll pass in the form action. So let's go here. Let's add the form action. And right above the form, I want to go with state. I want to check for the message if it exists. Essentially, if it's not null, I'm going to display the paragraph with the message. If there is no message, well, then I'm just going to return null. So in here, we want to go with paragraph. Let's add the class of margin bottom and set it equal to, I guess, 2. Then let's also display that message. So we're going to go here with state message. And if there is no value, we're going to go with null. And I guess at this point, we can just go and try it out. I'm going to navigate to my browser, and you know what? Let me just remove these tasks, and then let's go with new task. And if everything is correct, we should see this success. Now, if I'm going to go to my action, and let's say I'm going to mess something up. So it's not going to be task, it's going to be tasks, which obviously is a model that we don't have. So again, let me try it out. Let's see what we've got. So another new task. And if everything is correct, we should see this error text in the browser. So essentially, that's how we can set up error checking in the server actions. Now, let me just quickly navigate back to the actions and make sure that the model is correct. And with this in place, we can move on to the next task. Okay. And while we're still in a roll, let's also cover a more complex user input validation option with the Zod library, since it allows us to do more than just check for the empty value. For starters, we want to install the package. So let me stop the server. We're looking for this command, npm I or install, and then the library name. Then let me spin back the server. So I'm going to go with npm run dev. Let me close the terminal. We want to import the package. So let me navigate to the actions somewhere at the top. I'm going to go with import, and I'm looking for Z from, and then the Zod one. So let's go here with Zod, and then let's keep on moving. We're looking for create task custom. And essentially in here, I want to set up my schema. So we can start with very basic validation where I can just say, hey, listen, is this a string? And whether it has such and such characters and that type of stuff. Or we can right away set it up as an object, which essentially is going to be my approach simply because, I mean, most likely you'll have multiple inputs whenever you're submitting the form. I mean, not always, but quite often. So for starters, let's just set up that schema. We're going to go here with Z, and then we are looking for the object method over here. And inside of it, we just one by one want to set the properties up. Now, in our case, we just have the content, and I'll set it equal to Z. And this is where we do the straight up string. So I'm just checking whether this is a string. And let me also add that the min should be 5 characters. Let's save it. Then we want to parse it. So essentially in the try block, before we even communicate with Prisma, we want to go with task and then parse. And let's just pass in the object with the content. So content is going to be equal to our content property. And if everything is correct, let's say if we add less than 5 characters, we'll get an error. And in this case, I'll log the error just so you can see what type of error message we get back. So let me save it. Let me navigate back to my browser. Let me refresh. So now I'm going to set up the task. I'll make sure that I enter some values. However, it's going to be less than 5. And once we try to create a task, notice we're going to get back the error since we do trigger the catch block, and then notice the message. So if we want to display that, we obviously need to set up the functionality where we grab it from the error and then return it in our object. And with this in place, now we can move on to the next task. Okay, and up next, let's add some beautiful notifications to our app. And in the process, we're going to cover how to add other libraries which require similar setup, essentially the global component or global wrapper. So think libraries like React Query or Redux Toolkit. As for beautiful toasts, we're going to use React Hot Toast library. And first, let's start with the install. So I want to stop the server over here, and we want to go to npm install the library name. Then once we have installed the library, I'm not going to restart the server because we'll make some changes in the layout, and I just want to avoid some weird bugs. So let me just navigate to the app. We want to create a new file. I'm going to go over here with providers.js. Now the file name is totally up to you, but we do want to set up here as use client, and then we want to set up the component. So in my case, I think I'm going to rely on my snippets. And I'm just going to rename this as providers. And in this providers, we're still looking for the children, since we're going to wrap the children prop in the layout. And essentially for the hot toast library, we want to import the global component by the name of toaster. Again, if you're working with Redux Toolkit, for example, you'll set up the store over here. If you're working with React Query, you'll set up the query client. Now, of course, for each library, the setup is going to be unique, but the idea is not going to change. Essentially, you will need this providers component. In here, you'll set up the return, and then you'll wrap the children in the layout. So I think I'm going to go with simply React fragment, and then let me grab the toaster from React hot toast library. So I'm looking for toaster. Let me close the component, and then right below it, let's go with children. Now, as for toaster, it doesn't really matter where we place it, but again, it needs to be in this providers component. And then let's navigate to the layout. And in here, we first want to import the providers. And you know what? Let me just try to rely on auto import. So let's go with providers, and then let's wrap our children one. So let's set up our children right inside of the providers. So as you can see, effectively, we're nesting. So we pass the children into the providers, and then the providers takes those children and then wraps something around those children. And now let's quickly navigate to the actions. And I just simply want to set up this create task custom a little bit differently, where instead of returning a success and then some more characters, I'm just going to narrow it down to text. And the same is going to be for the error. So now let me save both of them. And then I'll use this info in the task form custom in order to display the toast. Now I think at this point I can bravely go with npm run dev. And in here we want to grab two things. We want to grab the use effect, and also we'll need a toast. So let's go with our use effect. And as far as the dependency array, I want to place the state over here. And then since I'm returning the success or the error from my create custom task or create task custom, effectively, I want to go here with some kind of condition, and I'm just going to check what is the value. So if my message value is going to be equal to an error, then I'm going to go with toast error. So that's the function I get from React hot toast library. Now, if there's some kind of value in the message, I'm just going to assume that it's going to be a success message. So in here, let's go with state.message. If it's equal to an error, then I want to display a toast, which goes with the error method. And let's just provide some value here. There was an error. Now, I also want to set up the return, since I'll use multiple if statements. So up next, we want to go with state.message. So initially it's null, so it's not going to run. But if it's set equal to success, well, then we want to go with the toast. But now we'll use the success one. So let's go with toast.success, and let's just say task created. And if everything's correct, once we go to the browser, instead of showing this paragraph, we'll display a nice toast. So I'm just giving you alternatives. And in the process, we covered how we can set up the providers. So now let me navigate over here. Let me refresh so we can start from the scratch. And remember, we still have the Zod setup in place. So even if I provide some values, since it's going to be less than 5, if everything is correct, we'll have a beautiful toast saying that there was an error. And let's also try it out if we actually add the task. So in my case, I'm going to go with make coffee. Let's go. And yep, notice instead of the paragraph, now we actually display the beautiful toast. And with this in place, we could move on to the next task. And at the very end, let's work on a small challenge. First, you'll need to decide to which component you want to add more interactivity. Effectively, which component you want to make more interactive, the delete button or the edit form. Or if you feel like a real rebel, of course, you can work on both. And once you have made your decision, pick the functionality you want to add. Everything starting with the pending state all the way to awesome toast. Please keep in mind that for the most part, syntax and setup is exactly the same as we already have in task form custom. So I know that this was somewhat painful because we needed to grab a few hooks. We also needed to set up a separate button. Just please keep in mind that for the most part, it's going to be the same. So every time you'll need some interactivity, you'll need to follow the same steps, which of course makes it easier in the long run. Now, in my case, I'm going to add the pending state to my delete button. So essentially, I want to set this up as use client. Then I want to grab my use form status, and then I just want to move my button into a separate component. And as a result, we're not going to run into this error where we are deleting the items from the list. But since it takes some time, we're still displaying the old item. So essentially, we're just passing in the old ID. So let me try this one out. I'm going to navigate to the delete form. First, I want to set this one up as use client. And then remember, the button needs to be in a separate component. So we're going to go here with submit button or btn. Doesn't really matter. This is what we're going to return from this particular component. Now we can copy and paste from task form custom, but I will set this one up from scratch. So this is going to be our return. And we want to set up our pending state here as well. So const is equal to pending, and this will be equal to use form and status, which we're not going to be able to import since it's quite a new hook. Now, hopefully by the time you're watching this, you're going to be successful as far as the auto import. So we're going to go with use form status from, and we're looking for React DOM. And once the button is in place, we just want to add the functionality where it's going to be disabled if the pending is true. And also we want to display the text if we're pending. So in here, let's just go with our curlies. We're going to go with pending question mark. And if it's the case, let's just go with 3 dots. And if everything is correct, we're going to go with delete. And then we can remove this text. And where we have the input, right below it, let's go with our submit button. Let's close it. And if everything is correct, you'll see that pending text when we're deleting item from the list. So let me navigate to the browser. Yep, notice it was pretty fast, but hopefully you were still able to see that we have this pending state displayed as well. And with this in place, we can move on to the next task. All right, and now let's switch gears and talk about the route handlers in Next.js. Before we begin, let me mention something though. With the arrival of server actions, there's actually less need for route handlers. And actually, that's the reason why we cover them later. That's why I started with server actions. Now, don't get me wrong, they're still super useful, powerful, and serve as a nice alternative. But with the arrival of server actions, most likely you'll find yourself using route handlers less. And essentially, route handlers allow us to create serverless functions right in our project. Let's imagine that there are no server actions and you want to add something to the database. We already know that we cannot do it directly from the client. I mean, we cannot just import Prisma in the client component and then call it a day. Basically, we'll need some kind of endpoint on a server where we send the data. So before server actions on the client, we would set up a form. Once the form is submitted, we send the request with our info. That request gets to the server to a specific endpoint. There we do our action, essentially whether that is adding to the database, edit something on database, delete something from database, you name it. And then we send back the response. However, with the route handlers, we don't have to set up server from the scratch. We can quickly set up an endpoint in our application. And you can probably imagine that that saves us a lot of time. So essentially, I don't need to drop everything that I'm doing and create a server from the scratch. I can simply set up the endpoint where I can handle my server logic and then communicate from the front end with my endpoint. As a side note, in order to test our endpoints, I'm not going to set up the front end. It just feels like a lot of repetition. And instead, I'm going to use Thunder Client, a nifty VS Code extension, which lets us make requests directly from our editor. And I highly recommend you do the same. So if you haven't installed already, please look for extensions. You're looking for Thunder Client, install the extension, and continue with the videos. And as far as the setup for route handlers, in the app, we need to first create a special directory with the name of API. And yes, this name is a must. And then inside of it, we need to decide on the segment, the URL segment. So in my case, I'm going to go with /tasks, but this is totally optional. And then again, we go with a special file name, but instead of page, we go with route.js. And then from this file, we export functions. And essentially, these are our options. Everything starting with get all the way to the options. And then each function we export is going to respond to that HTTP request. So the default HTTP method is get. So that's the method every browser performs. Essentially, we get the resource from the server. Now, if we want to add something to the server, we're going to go with post. And you'll see with our examples. Now, these are conventions, so technically you can set up a post request. However, you can just send back the data. That's totally up to you, but it's probably going to be confusing to the other people that are working with your project. But if it makes sense to you, yes, you can totally do it. Those are just conventions. So essentially, each of these functions is going to respond to that specific request. So for example, if I'm exporting a function with the name of get, yes, all uppercase, this is going to respond to the get request to that particular endpoint. And again, you'll see everything in action literally in a second. So for starters, let's navigate to the app. Again, we want to create a new folder. Folder name is API. Then let's come up with a route segment. Like I said, in my case, I'm going to go with tasks here. And then let's create that special file. Let's go with route, not router, route.js. Let's start with the get one. Since we can test this request in a few places, we can test it in the browser since that's the default request all browsers make. And also we can test it in the Thunder client. Now remember, the big advantage with these route handlers is that we can work with a database. So right out of the gate, let's also get our Prisma instance. So let's start over here with import, then DB, then we're looking for our utils one, correct? And somewhere in there, we should have our DB file. So let's get the import. And then, like I mentioned, we want to export functions based on the request we want to respond to. So since I want to respond to the get request, I need to export function by the name of get. Now we do want to make this a sync. And in here, we'll have access to the request object. However, in this case, we're not going to use it. And inside of the function, I just want to grab all of the tasks I have in the database. So in here, I'll write the same code like in the server action. So I'm going to go with tasks and then await, then remember DB, then the model name is task, then dot, and then what was the method? Find many. Now in this case, I'm not going to sort, so I'm just going to leave it blank. And once I have my tasks in place, now I just need to send the response. And by default, it gets request and response objects, the web APIs, but we can also wrap them in the next response and next request if we want to add more functionality. And I'm going to show you the next response, I believe, in the next example. So for starters, we simply want to go with return, then response. And yes, this is essentially a web API, so we can right away grab it. And then it has a method of JSON. So in here, we just need to decide what do we want to send back. So in my case, if I want to go with data and set it equal to tasks, once I navigate to API, then whatever is the segment, in this case tasks, I'm going to have access to this data. And I'm going to showcase that in 2 places. So let's try it out, I guess. I'm going to navigate to my browser. I'm going to set up a new one. We're going to go with /. So after my domain, then API, and then tasks. And since, again, by default, browser is performing a GET request, what do you know? In here, inside of the data, I'm going to have all the tasks. So now I can quickly go to my tasks page and let me add another one. Second task, we were successful. So now once I navigate back to API tasks and refresh, I'm going to get a list of tasks. So as you can see, prior to server actions, this was an awesome way for us to do some kind of server logic. So inside of the route handler, I can communicate with the database. I can communicate with some service that requires the environment variables, grab the data, and in this case, on the front end, I would just need to make a GET request back to this API /task. And let me also show you at the end of this video how we can do that with the Thunder client, since we're going to use it in the next video to make a post request. And essentially, we can create a new request over here. Now, I will cheat a little bit, or essentially, I'm just going to copy and paste the URL. I don't want to type it from the scratch. Notice in here, we can control the methods, and I'm going to stick with get. And if everything's correct, the result should be exactly the same. So once I send, check it out. I get back my data. So now, if I'm making this request on the front end, I can do something with this data. Okay, and up next, let's see how we can respond to a post request in our tasks route.js. Essentially, we need to set up a function. We need to name it post. We'll have access to the request. And in order to get the body, we're going to go with await and then request.json. And there we'll have the data and we'll just create the task. I guess first let's go to our Thunder client and we want to change this around where it's still going to be the URL API /tasks, but now we're going to go with post. And please keep in mind that we cannot make such requests directly from the browser. That's why we're using Thunder client, or we would need to set up some kind of front-end code, some kind of form and stuff along those lines. So I'm going to go here with body, then JSON, and then since in my model, the property name is content, I'll use the same one over here. Now we do need to use the proper JSON syntax. So I'm going to go with content and I'm just going to call this task from Thunder client. Let me save it here. We'll make the request. Now let's take a look. At the moment, we have 405. Why? Well, because we haven't created that function. So here's the deal. If from somewhere you'll try to make a request and in that particular route.js, you don't have the function, you'll get back 405. So let's fix that. We're going to navigate to a route. Now, if we want, we can technically copy and paste since we'll use a bunch of the stuff. Let's just make sure we name this post. This is super, super important. As far as the JSON, for now, let me just say task created. And then let's take a look first what we've got as far as the request one. And then we'll take a look how we can essentially access the content part. So let me go here with log. If we log the request, we should see the giant object in the console. Again, let me send. Notice this is the response. And then if I take a look at the terminal, we have access to all of these useful things. Now, what we want to do is to access the content. And therefore, we're going to go back to the route. And again, the method name is request.json, and we need to stick await in front of it. So let me go here with const data. This is going to be an object. So we're going to go with await, then request.json. And then the content property is going to be sitting inside of the data. So let's create a task. Remember, we have access to the instance. I'm going to send back the task. So I'll just set it equal to my variable. Then we'll go with await, db, then task. Then remember the method was create. And inside of the object, we want to go with data and essentially set equal content to data content. So content is equal to data content. And if everything is correct, we also want to send back the task. So instead of the message here, I just go with data and we'll set it equal to our task. So now let's navigate to our Thunder client. Let's make the request and check it out. I have task from Thunder client, and we can actually double check by again getting all of the tasks here in the browser. So if I navigate back, I have the third task here as well, task from Thunder client. And the very last thing I want to showcase when it comes to route handlers, we can also import next response here. So we can go with next and response. Essentially, this is going to be a wrapper for the response object. So if we want to set up a more custom response, we can use this one as well. So we can go here with next response. Now, as far as the JSON, it's going to be exactly the same. So if I navigate to the browser, I'll still have access to the tasks in here, as you can see. And up next, we're going to discuss how we can set up a middleware in Next.js. Okay, and at the very end of the tutorial, let's also quickly cover middleware in Next.js. And essentially, it's a way for us to do something before a request is completed. Now, in our case, we're going to stick with somewhat straightforward options just to cover the main points, since in the following project, we're going to use auth service by the name of clerk to handle the nitty-gritty details. So as long as you understand the general idea, you'll be solid. For starters, we want to create another special file, either with JS extension or TS extension in the root. And the file name must be middleware. So let's do that first. We're going to go with new file, and we're going to go with middleware.js. Now, from this file, we want to export a function with the same name. So let's go here with export. I'm going to use this syntax in here. Then we're going to go with middleware. And for now, I'm not worried about the request. I simply want to log stuff. So let me go with the hello world over here. I will restart the server just in case. Let me clear everything. We're going to go with npm run dev. And if everything is correct, by default, this is going to be invoked for every route. So now let me navigate to the browser and just hop around my project. And if everything is correct, I'm going to have tons of hello world in the console. Again, this is the default setup. Once we create the middleware file with the function, this is going to be invoked for every route. So that's the most basic setup. Now, we can also control which routes are going to be affected. And in order to do that, we just need to go with export const config. And in here, we need to set up the matcher. Now, there's also an option to set up regex, but we're not going to cover this during tutorial. So in my case, I'm going to go with about. Now, please keep in mind that this is not going to affect about /info. This is just going to affect the about. And in order to mess with the user, I'll actually respond with the JSON, and I'm just going to send the hello there in the message. So let me go here with the return. Again, we have access to the response, the web API. And we can go with JSON, and then inside of the JSON, let's set up the message, and pretty much the same deal. Let's go with hello there. So now, once we go to the browser, more specifically, once we go to about, check it out. We're actually sending back the JSON. Again, this is not going to work if we go with info. In this case, we correctly navigate to our page. And at the very end, let me also show you how we can very naively restrict the access to a specific resource and how we can provide more values in the matcher. So I guess let's start with the matcher over here. Let's say that I have multiple routes that I want to restrict. For starters, I can set this one up as an array. And then also, if I want to block everything pretty much after about, the syntax is following where we go with /about, then we're going to go with path, and then pretty much everything. That's the setup. And then if I want to do the same thing for tasks, let's just take this code, copy, and set up over here. So instead of about, I'm going to go with tasks over here. And then when it comes to our middleware, we can use the next response. Remember, that was the wrapper around the response, which is coming from Next.js. And essentially we can just use the redirect. So let me delete this one. We're going to go with return next response. So let's set it up over here. Notice how we nicely get the import and all that. Then we're going to go with redirect. Then let's go with new URL. Where do we want to go? I'm going to send back the user to the homepage, and let's access the request and then URL. So in this middleware, just like in the route handlers, as a parameter, we get the request. So now if the user tries to go to about or about/info or any of the tasks pages, he or she is going to be directed back. So now let me refresh and check it out. We're back in the homepage. The same thing is going to be if I try to navigate to the tasks. Notice I'm not able to. Now, in order to see it better, I guess we can just log, just so you don't think that I'm messing with you. Let me say hello there again. Why not? So once I navigate to the browser and try to access the tasks, if everything's correct, I should see this hello there in the console. Now, I will leave the path for about, but I will remove the tasks one, since we'll push this up to production. And I don't want to include the tasks in this redirect, but I'll leave these ones for your reference. And with this in place, we can move on to the next topic, which is going to be hosting our database on the cloud. In the following video, we're going to cover how to host our database using PlanetScale. However, since few students have complained about that particular service, I decided to record an additional video where I'll show you how to host our database on Render platform, which is another free option we can use. Just keep in mind that the free hobby instance we're going to use still expires in 90 days. Just something to keep in mind. First, you'll need to sign up for a Render account. It's free, and as far as I remember, they don't ask for a credit card. So it should be somewhat straightforward. Now, once you do that, go to the dashboard and look for this new button. And here, just create a new Postgres instance. So this is the one that you're looking for. In here, you just need to provide the name and choose the free option. So in my case, I'm just going to go with test. Then navigate down and click on create database. And once the instance is ready to go, we want to scroll down and we're looking for this external database URL. Now I believe it's also under the connect and external connection. So you're looking for the first one, which starts with the Postgres. Click on copy. Then you want to navigate back to our project, and in the .env, you want to set the env database URL variable equal to this value. You want to save, and then in the schema Prisma, you should change the provider from SQLite to a Postgres. As a side note, you should right away get the suggestion once you remove the SQLite. And again, we're looking for Postgres option. Make sure you save both files. Stop the dev server, and the command you're looking for is npx prisma db push. So once you run the command, you'll push everything up to the Render platform. After that, you can restart the server, and at this point, all our data is actually located on the cloud. Okay, and before we deploy our application to Vercel, basically push it up to production, let's host our database, since our current setup is only going to work locally. For my projects, I prefer PlanetScale because it's super easy to use and offers somewhat generous free tier. Please keep in mind that for tutorial, we'll only use the very, 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 very basic setup, since I don't want to waste too much time on this. And we're going to use a more proper approach in our next project. Also, even for a free tier, they do ask for a valid credit card. Now, they don't charge you in my experience, but you'll still need to provide the card info. So if you don't have the account already, go to planetscale.com, complete the signup, and continue with the video. And essentially, once you create the account, this is going to be your dashboard, and you can create multiple organizations. And in my experience, each organization gets one free tier instance, but please keep in mind that you will need to provide the unique card info. So essentially, you cannot create multiple organizations with multiple free tiers with just one credit card. Hopefully that is clear. And also, it's somewhat painful to delete that organization, so be prepared to be stuck with that organization for a while. In my case, I have a few of them over here, and I think I'm going to use this next project. And in order to create the database, we just want to go with this option. And if you haven't provided the card information, they will ask for it all the way here at the bottom, and you basically won't be able to create the database without that info. In my case, I think I'm going to name this tasks DB, and then we're looking for this hobby one. Now, as far as the region, of course, you can pick the one which is closest to you, but I don't think it really matters that much for this particular setup. I'm going to opt out, and we're going to go with create database. Now, they right away offer you to set up the connection, but we'll actually do this later. So let's click on this one. This is going to be our database. It's going to take a little bit of time for the setup, so please be patient. Now, also, once in a while, these loading spinners, they just get stuck. So in order to definitely check whether everything works or not, just refresh the browser. And once you refresh the browser and you see something along these lines, we're pretty much good to go. And now we can connect to our database. Again, I'm not going to create a new branch. We'll simply go with connect. And yes, we'll connect to the main branch. And essentially, we're looking for create password over here. And we want to pick the Prisma. Since I already picked Prisma before, it gives me right away this as a default option. But if you haven't, make sure you get the Prisma. So this is what we're going to provide in the .env. That's why we were setting up our local connection in .env as well. And this is what we need to provide in the schema.prisma. Now, please do not delete our current model. So this is just going to replace the client part as well as the data source DB. And then if we take a look at the .env, this is where we have our username as well as the password. As you can see, everything is ready to go. So let me copy these values here. I will stop my server as well as the Prisma Studio. We'll have to set up everything from scratch. Essentially, I'm looking for this .env. So now we're going to replace this with our cloud connection. And then when it comes to schema.prisma, we want to grab this, essentially these lines of code. And again, please do not mess up the model. Now, I mean, it's not a big deal if you do, but you'll just have to do some extra work. And with this in place, again, we want to set up those migrations. However, once we're connected to the planet scale, the command is different, and it goes like this. Where first we want to go back to the terminal, then we go with npx, prisma, db, and then push. And what's really cool, planet scale works very smoothly with Prisma. So once we run this command, pretty much planet scale takes over, and we successfully migrate everything in our database. So now let me just clear everything. We want to go with npm run dev over here. And also, we still want to go with npx, Prisma, and then studio. Also, we can probably navigate back. Once we refresh, notice now we have the tables, and we can see pretty much what code was generated. And with this in place, now let's navigate to our application. Let's refresh. And let's see what is the result. And if everything is correct, we should have no tasks, correct? Because we're starting everything from the scratch. So again, let's just go with our first task. Let's submit it. And now we're good to go. We created our first task. However, now everything's stored in the cloud. Okay, and before we deploy our app to Vercel, let's build it locally. And I want to start by making some changes to our app. So whenever we are ready to deploy our application, we need to change the build command. Since we're using Prisma with the Next.js, we also want to add npx prisma generate and then run next build. Otherwise, you're going to get a big fat error whenever you're ready to deploy this on Vercel. So I guess let's start with that one. So let's navigate to package.json, and where we have npm run build, we just want to add npx, then Prisma, and generate. And then let's add 2 ampersands and then pretty much save the package.json. After that, I actually want to navigate to the Prisma example, and I want to make here some changes as well. So essentially, I don't want to create the item, but I'll still leave it for your reference. So let me just comment this one out. Then I want to set up the log just so you can see when this runs. So this is very important, and therefore I want to showcase that. So we're going to go here with Prisma example, but notice we're not creating the item. Essentially, we're just fetching items. Then also, I want to check if we have no tasks. Then pretty much I want to display the same heading too, like we do in tasks. So let me just quickly navigate to all the tasks, I believe. And that one was in the task list. So let me grab this line of code. That's it. That's all we want to do. And after that, we want to clean out the database. Essentially, I want to remove all the items from the database. Now, it doesn't really matter where you do it. Either you go to tasks and then one by one remove them, or you can do that also in a Prisma Studio. Since I have only one task, I might as well do it over here. And with this in place, now we can return to a text error. I'm going to stop my dev server. Essentially, I'll clear everything. And up next, I want to run npm run and build. So this is going to build our application. And once Next.js is done building our project, before we spin it up locally, before we run npm start, I want to showcase some important info. So if we scroll up, notice over here we have list of pages. Now essentially, each page has this circle or the lambda. Now, over here we can see that the circle ones are pre-rendered as static HTML. In other words, Next.js is going to generate them once during the build process. However, when it comes to the Lambda one, they are server rendered. So they're going to be generated on the fly, on demand. So every time the user visits the page. And now let's take a look at the drinks and drinks.id. So drinks is going to be generated when? During build process, correct? And you'll notice something interesting. Whenever we go to our application, there's going to be no loading in the drinks because it's going to be pre-rendered HTML. Now, when it comes to drinks/ID, we'll see that loading spinner, and then we'll get the info because this is a dynamic page. So every time user visits this page, Next.js needs to grab the ID and then get the info about the cocktail. Now, please keep in mind, we still do the caching. So if we're going to go to the first cocktail, then check out the second one. Whenever we decide to go back to the first one, it's going to be right away available because Next.js is going to cache it. And now let me also showcase the Prisma example. Notice how this is going to be generated once. So this only is going to be generated during the build process. And as a result, if everything is correct, if we removed all of the tasks, we should have this result. So now let's go and check it out. I'm going to go here and run npm start. Now the host is going to be the same one. So localhost 3000. So make sure that essentially you're starting from the scratch. So let me navigate to the browser. Let me refresh. And now check it out. I have my client. Okay, this should work. Then I have the drinks. And like I mentioned, notice how we don't have the loading spinner, but we do have it the first time we visit the first cocktail, correct? So now let me go to the second one. Again, I have the loading spinner. But the moment I'll decide to go back to the first one, bam, right away I get my drink. So hopefully it's clear the difference between pre-rendered HTML, the server rendered page, as well as the fact that Next.js is doing the caching. Up next, let's take a look at the Prisma. And like I said, if everything is correct, if we removed all of the tasks, we should have nothing in here. And the same is going to be for the tasks page. The difference, if I go here and if I say first task and add it to the list, I'm going to revalidate the tasks. Remember, that was our functionality. So in here right now, I will have this first task. But it's not going to be the case with Prisma because, again, this page was generated only once. And I know I'm being quite annoying with this, but I definitely want to get this point across. So now if I go back to tasks, I can, for example, edit. So I can say the second task. Then I can say that it's also completed. So let's take a look at the edit functionality. Yep, looks like it's working. Then let me add the third task. And I'm going to remove it. So let me go with delete. Yep, I was successful. So now let's take a look at the Prisma Studio. Let me refresh. If everything is correct, we should have this one document. And with this in place, I think we're ready to deploy our project. And again, I suggest just removing all the tasks from the database. In my case, I'm just going to do it here, just so we can start nicely from the scratch. Now let's move on to our next task, which is going to be deploying our project to Vercel. Okay, and before we deploy this to Vercel, let's also take a look why sometimes it's useful to force a page to be dynamic. And I think it's going to be easier if I show you with the example. So at the moment, we have our application running locally, the production application, and we do that with npm run build and then npm start. And if we navigate to the browser, we already covered that Prisma is going to be always empty because it runs during the build time. And then when it comes to tasks, we can dynamically update this page. But there is a glitch. So if I'm going to go here and if I'm going to say first task, I display the task. And if I navigate away, at the moment it shows everything. But what if I add the second one? So second task, okay, we create the page, we navigate away, navigate back, and notice I only have the first task. So even though we're correctly revalidating the path here in the actions, whenever we delete or whenever we create a new task, we still run into this issue where effectively here and there, our results might be out of sync to whatever we have in the database, because I can tell you right away that actually we do have that second task. So if I'm going to go here with the third one, notice essentially I have 3 of them. And what's even worse, sometimes let's say if I delete all of the tasks and then I refresh, actually I'll have this first task. Now the problem is that it's already removed from the database. So if we'll try to remove, notice we'll get a big fat error. So that's the issue. Now let's take a look why it's happening. And our best friend is going to be this list over here. Notice if I take a look at the tasks, so not API tasks, this one is going to be generated dynamically, but this one actually is a static page. Again, we are revalidating the path. But as you saw, once in a while, we might run into those issues. So tasks ID is always going to be dynamic, but this one is actually static. And how we can fix that? Well, we need to go to the tasks page and we need to export this variable, export const dynamic. And by default, it's auto. So essentially, we don't need to set it by default. Next.js is going to decide which page is going to be static and which one is going to be dynamic. But in this case, I want this page to be dynamic. I want it to be rendered on a server. And therefore, we're going to go here with this dynamic. And therefore, we'll set up this line of code where we export force dynamic. And also, since it's going to be rendered on a server, we might as well set up the loading page as well. So now let me go first to the app. We're looking for tasks. And let's set up the loading one. Now, this will be exactly as we have already in, I believe, the cocktails. So let me navigate over here. Let me just grab this line of code. Then let me go back, set it up. And then where we have the tasks, I want to navigate over here. And let's go with export const. Then again, it's a special name. We need to go with dynamic and we need to set it equal to force dynamic. Let's save it. And now I want to stop everything. And as I know, this was the error we got in a console because we were trying to remove the record, which doesn't exist. So now let me stop everything. Clear. First, let me run the build command. And then you'll see something interesting where effectively we won't have that many pages. the static ones. Essentially, now the tasks is going to be dynamic. So if I scroll up, notice now this is a Lambda one. So this one will be generated every time the user navigates back to the page. So again, let me try this one out. I'm going to go with npm start. Let me refresh over here. Again, Prisma, I'm going to have no tasks. Now, when it comes to the tasks page, notice now we have the loading spinner. So if I'm going to go with first task, then let me add some other task. So second. Okay, good. Once we refresh, I actually get the correct result on the screen. Now, this might be something that you don't experience anymore. Again, in my opinion, it's some kind of glitch as far as the revalidating the path. But if you do have it, the solution is to set up this line of code where we export force dynamic. And as a result, instead of the statically rendered HTML, the tasks right now are going to be rendered on the server. And now in this in place, we are ready to deploy our project. Okay, and as a very last step in this Next.js tutorial, we will deploy our application to Vercel. Now, the reason why I picked Vercel is very simple. Since Next.js is actually a Vercel project, at least in my experience, it's going to be your safest and best bet whenever you'll need to deploy your Next.js apps. For example, normally I use Netlify, but deploying the Next.js app, there was a big pain. So if you don't have the Vercel account, pause the video, sign up for new free Vercel account. And once you sign up for account, your dashboard is going to look like this. Now, I already had some projects, but I purposely removed them just so we can start from the same point. And the first thing we want to do is to set up the GitHub repo. Now, since this is somewhat of an advanced course, my assumption is that you're familiar with the GitHub and with the most used commands like git add, git commit, and rest of them. Now, as far as the repo name, I think I'm going to go with Next.js tutorial and production, since I'm going to add some changes behind the scenes a little bit later on. Now, it doesn't really matter whether it's public or private. We want to create the repo. After that, we want to grab these commands. Then let's navigate to our project. And before we do anything, let's just make sure that .env is actually inside of the gitignore. Again, the last thing we want to do is share our env variables. And it's always my preference to start everything from the scratch. Essentially, I want to remove the git repo if there is one. And on a Mac, the command is rm, rf, and then git. Then let's create a new repo. So I'm going to go with git init. Then we want to go with git add. So I want to add all the files. Then we're going to go with git commit. As far as the message, I'm just going to set it as first and commit. Then let's clear everything, copy and paste those commands. And pretty much with this in place, we should have our project up on GitHub. And up next, we want to navigate to Vercel, grab the project, and deploy it. Now, it takes a little bit of time, but it looks like it's ready to go. Let me refresh. Let me right away double check. Yep, notice I don't have any env files, which is awesome. And now we want to navigate to Vercel, and we want to set up our project. Now, if this is your first project, most likely they will ask you to configure with the GitHub. But since I already did it before, I right away can access my project. And as you can see, this is the project I just created. Yep, I want to import. We right away want to set up the env variables. Just keep in mind that technically you can do it later. Your first build is going to fail if you don't provide those values. So now we want to navigate back to .env. And what's really cool about the Vercel, they right away split up the key value pairs. And you can paste here unlimited amount of env variables, and it will do the same. Essentially what I'm trying to say, let's say if you have a list of variables, instead of doing them one by one, where you need to set up the key and then the value, you can just paste them here. And notice how Vercel is right away setting them up as key value. So we don't need to do that manually, and we can paste multiple variables such a way. The build command is the same since we already changed it. We added that npx Prisma generate and all that. So we're pretty much good to go. And what's really awesome, we actually have logs. So while Vercel is building the project, we'll nicely see what is happening. And if we run into some errors, we can take those error messages and try to troubleshoot. Now, hopefully everything is going to be correct. And since it's going to take a little bit of time, I think I'm going to pause the video and I'll resume once Vercel is done building my project. And if everything is correct, you should see a following screen. And now we can simply navigate to our project. By default, we'll get this domain, which ends with .vercel.app. And of course, you can set up the custom domain. We're just not going to cover this during the course. And essentially in here, we have our project ready to go. So notice this is going to be our client. This is going to be the drinks. And again, notice the same deal. We don't have that loading spinner because if you remember, drinks was pre-rendered static HTML. So essentially, it was generated during the build process. And then once we navigate to a single drink, now it's a different scenario. We have the loading spinner, but we also cache it. And now let's go to Prisma. Notice we have no tasks to show. And essentially, we can actually go back and I can showcase a few interesting things. If we navigate right now to this project, and then we take a look at the deployment, we can take a look at our deploy. And again, let's go through the logs. We already looked at the pages, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But notice over here how this actually runs twice. Now, this doesn't change the result. The page is still pre-rendered as static HTML. I just wanted to point it out that for some reason, you'll get these two logs in the console. And now let's navigate back to our tasks over here. So at the moment, we have no tasks to show. And again, I'm going to go with my first one, first task. Yep, we successfully generated the task. I can go back to Prisma Studio. If everything is correct, we should see the same result. So now we have the first task, but again, it's not going to be in the Prisma, even when we refresh. This should do it for Next.js tutorial. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next project.